Chapter 49. This tall old man was clearly a human. How could he know how to control fire like the divine clan? Could it be that Du Shiqing's bodyguard's background is not simple? Also, wasn't this journey a bit too peaceful? While Chu Yang was thinking, the calamity sword in his dantian suddenly jumped. A sense of extreme danger rose from his heart. All the hairs on his body stood on end. His eyes turned cold, and he didn't even turn around to check. His body spun, rolled, and bounced up. He made a turn in the air, and immediately moved from the side of the fire to behind a tree. The movement of his body at this moment was almost unbelievable. Immediately after, there was a sharp whistling sound. A large stone slab, several feet wide, fell from the sky. It smashed towards Du Shiqing's position. His grasp of the position was extremely precise. Du Shiqing was within the stone's attack range. Right in the middle. Old Man Gao shouted angrily. His old body suddenly became as agile as a leopard. He leaped forward, but it was too late. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly appeared next to the stone slab. A sword appeared out of nowhere in his hand and stabbed forward like a poisonous snake. The tip of the sword pierced the edge of the stone slab like a poisonous dragon. Dang! This large stone slab was originally fiercely spinning as it smashed down. But when this sword appeared, it just happened to stab into the gap between the spinning, causing the speed of this large stone slab to slow down by a tiny bit. It was like a huge mountain falling right onto the tip of a lever. The subtlety of this moment was indescribable. Immediately after, the stone slab's counterforce exploded like thunder. Chu Yang, who was holding the sword, felt as if his chest was hit by the stone slab. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flipped back in the air. But in the end, he managed to buy some time. Even if it was an insignificant amount of time, a normal person would not even be able to blink. But with this slight delay, Old Man Gao's body was already in between the stone slab and the ground. He angrily shouted and punched the air. A white light flashed on his fist, and the several thousand gene stone slab was suddenly smashed into pieces like a rain of stones. Du Shiqing was safe and sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pitch-black arrows rained down from the top of the mountain, shrouding the area in all directions. Formation. Meet the enemy. The leader of the knights shouted, and the 8 of them rolled on the ground in an orderly manner. They nimbly moved to the side of their warhorses, and in the next moment, a round shield appeared in their hands. Although they dodged quickly, there was still a knight who was hit in the shoulder and calf at the same time. The iron arrow pierced through the air with pieces of flesh and blood. Before he could finish his scream, 3 of his companions' shields had already covered his entire body. Thud, thud, thud. The iron arrows formed an iron curtain in an instant. Puff, puff. The sound of the arrows piercing the ground was like rain hitting a sandpit. The ground of several hundred feet had turned into a huge hedgehog. Old Man Gao screamed, and his body turned into a gray whirlwind. 20 or 30 arrows were caught in his hand before they hit the ground. With a shake of his hand, they turned into dozens of black lightning bolts and were reflected back. He did not look at the result. Without stopping, he picked up Du Shiqing. His body flashed like a gray fog, and he was already next to the carriage. In the next moment, Du Shiqing was stuffed back into the carriage. With a series of popping sounds, the incoming arrows suddenly changed direction and rained down on the carriage. The huge force shook the whole carriage, but not a single arrow could penetrate it. This carriage was actually specially made. In the darkness of the forest, there was the sound of arrows being deflected by the tall old man hitting a tree. There was also a short scream. Old Man Gao's body flashed in the next moment. His face was covered with a layer of green. His first reaction was not to kill the enemy, but to look at Chu Yang's direction. Only he knew how difficult Chu Yang's sword was. If it was not for that sword, everything would have been unimaginable. Whether it was the timing, the position, the control of the power, or the choice of direction to dodge, they were all extremely difficult to come by. That sword was simply a stroke of genius. This young man was only a martial warrior. Even if he was a peak martial master, his sword would be useless against such a huge rock falling from the top of the mountain. However, Chu Yang was able to use that sword to block it. Even though it was only a small gap, it was enough to buy some time. After that sword strike, an ordinary green steel sword was not damaged at all. The price was only a mouthful of blood. This was simply unimaginable. The opponent's choice of timing was also very strange. They were already in Iron Cloud Nation's territory. Nothing happened along the way, but they were ambushed here. Moreover, the opponent did not ambush them in the middle of the night, but at dusk. Everything happened so suddenly that it felt as if a group of bandits had suddenly found a fat sheep and decided to make a last-minute robbery. Even Old Man Gao, who had been in Jianghu for his entire life, was not prepared. But Chu Yang was able to use that sword strike in such a hurry. It was a sword strike filled with a mystical aura. It was as if everything had been rehearsed thousands of times in advance. Old Man Gao knew that no one would rehearse like this. This was not a coincidence, and it was not premeditated. When he looked at where Chu Yang was standing, he found that Chu Yang, who was originally rolling there, was nowhere to be seen. The 8 knights formed a shield formation and moved slowly. Gradually, they arrived near the carriage and protected the entire carriage. Old Man Gao wanted to chase after them, but after thinking about it, he did not move. He only ordered the carriage to slowly move away. The horses that pulled the carriage had already turned into 2 huge iron porcupines. Half of the horses of the 8 riders were also shot dead. Old Man Gao's body swayed. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the horse corpses were thrown into the air. In a very short time, the corpses of the horses were lined up in a row, blocking the view from the forest. Then he covered his chest with both hands and was on full alert. He looked around vigilantly and retreated step by step. Their mission was only to protect Du Shiqing, not to kill the enemy. While he was doing this, the enemy did not react at all. Up until now, the attacker did not even say a word. Except for the 2 screams at the beginning, everything was like a pantomime. The rain of arrows stopped abruptly. Everything returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. From the extreme intensity to the extreme silence, there was no buffer at all. As the rain of arrows disappeared, the boundless twilight reigned over the earth. The world was suddenly filled with an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard for people to breathe. The enemy's attack was not limited to this. This was something that everyone was clear about. But who was the enemy? Which side did they belong to? Was it Great Zhao, Iron Cloud, or Limitless? Or were there others? All of this was hidden in the fog. But no matter which side it was, it must have been premeditated for a long time. It was not until they retreated 10 feet that there was a reaction from the forest. After a series of strange noises, a sharp sound pierced through the air. A black shadow shot out from the forest like an angry dragon. With an unstoppable momentum, it arrived in front of the carriage in the blink of an eye. The void behind the black shadow was already trembling from this tyrannical power. 1 arrow. However, the body of the arrow was actually 3 feet long. As if it came from hell, it was full of the smell of death. Under the cover of night, it viciously shot towards the carriage. Chapter 50. Siege Crossbow. Bastard. Manager Gao roared. In the next moment, a faint flame appeared in his hand as he threw a punch. Control fire. With a bang, the tip of the black, dragon-like arrow exploded. Sparks flew in all directions. However, the arrow's momentum was still the same. It did not stop and continued to charge forward. After the first punch, Manager Gao roared and threw 18 punches in a row. Each of his fists carried this strange ability to control fire, and each of his fists fiercely struck the tip of the ballista. He was like a hammer, constantly striking the tip of the huge arrow. In other words, the arrow was like a hammer, constantly hitting the tall old man's fist. Chi filled the air and shot in all directions. In the night sky, it was as if hundreds of thousands of fireworks were blooming at the same time. Broken pieces of wood flew in all directions. Manager Gao threw a punch and then shouted, 18 punches. After 18 yells, the 30-foot-long ballista was now only 10 foot long. Manager Gao's back shook, and he was forced to take a few steps back. His back hit the carriage with a heavy thud. However, the crossbow in front of him finally lost its momentum and fell to the ground. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning flames. Manager Gao's chest heaved up and down as he stared at the forest. In the next moment, his head tilted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As he spat out the blood, a dark red color appeared on his face and disappeared. His breathing also calmed down. He didn't expect that the enemy would install a siege crossbow in this place. Caught off guard, even with his cultivation base as a saber grandmaster, he still suffered internal injuries from the powerful impact of the siege crossbow. Siege crossbows were specially made by the army to break open the gates of a city. Generally, they were more than 10 meters long and were made directly from a black ironwood tree trunk. The tip was covered with a huge sharp iron sheet. They were usually soaked in a pool of black oil. Only when attacking a city would they be used. Every time a shot was fired, it required at least 100 strong men to pull the bowstring together. Only then could the shot be used to determine the outcome of a battle. The power of the siege crossbow was enormous and indestructible. Once the siege crossbow was used, then an ordinary city would be destroyed without a doubt. After a moment of silence, a clear clapping sound came from the direction of the dense forest. A voice said, "As expected of the Fire Saber sect, you are indeed impressive. A single ballista could have broken through the city gates, but you blocked it all by yourself. I'm impressed." Following this voice, 8 people quietly appeared from different positions at the same time. Wearing black clothes and a mask, his eyes were cold and sharp. He walked step by step towards the tall old man. The tall old man's pupils shrank. "Who are you people?" One of them snorted coldly and said, "Rumor has it that Fire Saber Great Master Gao Wei Chung has already left Jianghu. I didn't expect it to be false." The dignified saber master actually became someone's bodyguard and lived a carefree life like a dog. How enviable. "Gao Wei Chung, where's your saber?" Manager Gao's body shook. He suddenly straightened his back. His originally stooped body suddenly straightened up. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. He coldly said, "Since you know me, Gao Wei Chung, then you must not be a nobody. Take off your mask." The last sentence, "take off your mask," was an earth-shattering roar. That person was not moved at all. He stood up straight and said indifferently, "Gao Wei Chung, if you take Du Shiqing back, we will not pursue you. Otherwise, today will be the day you, the Fire Saber Great Master, die." Manager Gao looked up to the sky and laughed. Such big words. "Today, I want to see how you will make me stay here." Another person in black sneered, "Fire Saber Great Master? Is it that great?" Suddenly, he shouted, "Everyone, attack together. One of you will tie down Gao Wei Chung. The other 2, immediately kill Du Shiqing." The 8 people shouted and suddenly unsheathed their sabers and swords and rushed forward at the same time. Manager Gao had already seen that these people's martial arts were not very high, but they were very average. They should all be martial masters. They were still a big step away from him. But this side-by-side charge suddenly brought with it the bitter killing intent of a magnificent army charging at the same time. "You are from Ironclad's military?" The opponent's aura was fierce and majestic. Even if a normal martial artist was stronger than them, it would be difficult to bring out this kind of aura. Manager Gao suddenly had an idea and asked loudly. The opponent did not answer. In a flash, they closed in and slashed down with their sabers. Manager Gao shouted, "Protect the carriage!" With a flick of his wrist, a dark red saber suddenly appeared. The moment it appeared, saber light filled the sky like a curtain of rain. However, in this curtain of rain, there were flames floating in all directions. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of weapons hitting each other was endless. In a flash, the 7 people were engaged in a fierce battle. The other 2 people did not care about the battle. With long swords in their hands, they rushed toward the carriage like crazy tigers. If there were no obstacles, Manager Gao was confident that he could kill these 8 people one by one. However, if he wanted to kill all of them in one go, it would be impossible. Moreover, under the attack of the siege crossbow, he had already suffered serious internal injuries. He was even more powerless. At this moment, one of the opponents was holding him back. The other 2 people and the 8 guards could not stop them. He could not help but feel anxious. Chu Yang had already sneaked into the mountain forest when the siege crossbows were opened in a domineering manner. He was like a lone wolf that had pounced into the desert and returned to his territory. After thrusting out the sword, he immediately rolled back. Borrowing a mouthful of blood, he spat out the shock of his internal organs caused by the extreme pressure in his body. Then, he kicked off with his 2 feet, stirring up a cloud of dirt on the ground. Using the dirt as cover, his body quickly wriggled on the ground a few times like a large snake, and he had already returned to the back of the big tree from which he had attacked. Then, with a strange movement, he moved from one tree to another. His body stretched out, and he was already at the waist of the tree. Using the branches as cover, he continuously dodged more than 10 trees and went deep into the forest. The whole process was as smooth as the wind blowing through the trees. It was natural. As his body moved, even the branches next to him did not sway in the slightest. Even if it was a top assassin, if they saw Chu Yang's movements at this moment, their eyeballs would fall to the ground. This was the path Chu Yang had chosen a long time ago. When he chose this path, it was even long before the attack. His habit was that no matter where he rested, he would first choose a path of retreat and a path of attack. And his position was between these 2 lines. He could attack if he advanced and defend if he retreated. This kind of ambush was bound to be a large number. Just by looking at the rain of arrows, he knew that passively defending was not a solution. Even if the enemy wanted to exhaust them, they could still exhaust them. The only way was to attack and resolve the crisis. Du Shiqing could not die. Du Shiqing had manager Gao to protect him. At least, he would not be in danger for a while. Chu Yang was not worried. Therefore, after he made that critical strike, he immediately decided on his next course of action. Into the forest. Chapter 51. The first enemy he saw was a man covered in a layer of trees. Only his eyes could be seen. These 2 eyes were cold and calm, without any expression. Just by looking at his eyes, Chu Yunsheng knew that this person was a warrior who had survived hundreds of battles. This kind of person only has one creed in life: kill the enemy and complete the mission. On the ground in front of him, there was a huge crossbow buried in the ground. On top of it, there were 10 shiny black arrows, ready to fire at any moment. Chu Yang held his breath and moved forward slowly. Now, his body had already reached the top of the tree. Like a silent ghost, he moved forward strangely under the cover of the thick branches. Chu Yunsheng looked down from above. Who knew how many of these shiny arrowheads there were in the vicinity? There were at least 50 people. This was clearly a premeditated ambush. How did the enemy know that this group of people would be resting here? And they even buried the crossbows in advance? Chu Yunsheng looked at the positions of the enemies. Chu Yang frowned. The enemy's positions were too accurate. Every enemy's position was within the line of sight of at least 3 people. This way, they would be able to coordinate with each other. If they were discovered, they would be able to provide support. This was a formation that only the most elite soldiers in the army could set up. If they tried to ambush any one of them, they would be discovered by the other 3. This was because even though the other party's hiding spot was absolutely hidden, to their own people, there was no blind spot in their line of sight. If they wanted to wipe out this group of people silently, there was no other way other than to ambush them. In the middle of the forest, behind a bush, a blurry figure was lying motionless. From the looks of it, he was no different from the others. However, Chu Yang could tell at a glance that this person was a very important person. Because of his position, at least 10 of his companions could see him at the same time. The rest of them could only see at most 5 people. Furthermore, he was in the middle. It was as if he was under the protection of his own people. Beside him, hidden by the branches, there was a huge crossbow. Siege crossbows. At this moment, the tall old man's conversation with the 8 people outside the forest could be heard clearly. If you take Du Shiqing back now, we will not pursue you. Chu Yang's heart suddenly moved when he heard these words. He already had a rough idea of where these people came from. These people had siege crossbows and were very disciplined. They definitely had a military background. Chu Yang's body floated like a ghost as he silently approached this person. Suddenly, his 2 legs kicked off the ground, and he dived down from the top of the tree like lightning. His 10 fingers were like furrows, and he fiercely grabbed at Chu Yang like an eagle hunting for prey. When he was less than 10 feet away from this person, there was a sudden whooshing sound and an arrow flew towards Chu Yang. This arrow seemed to be a signal. At least 30 to 40 arrows flew over like lightning from all directions, making sharp whistling sounds in the air. But apart from the first arrow, the other arrows were obviously a step too late. Chu Yang tilted his body, and the tip of the arrow brushed past the tip of his nose. His hands remained motionless as he grabbed the arrow. Just by looking at the enemy's position, Chu Yang immediately changed his mind and took the initiative to attack. As long as this group discovered him, he would use his speed to disrupt their rhythm. Only then would he be able to break their tight coordination. What he needed to do now was not to kill the enemy, but to disrupt the enemy's deployment. Moreover, this person had the highest probability of having an important identity. As long as he could catch him, he would be able to break this ambush. In order to catch this person, he only had one chance to make a move. This person immediately discovered Chu Yang. His eyes flashed. Although he was surprised, he did not lose his composure. With a loud roar, he nimbly jumped up. Before he had even jumped up, the crossbow in his hands had already changed direction. 10 arrows flew towards Chu Yang with a neat whooshing sound. Then, a saber light flashed and ruthlessly chopped towards Chu Yang's neck. Chu Yang's body floated and dodged the arrows. His right hand flashed and passed through the saber light. His hand did not change, but it turned from a claw to a palm and slapped the back of the man's head. His movements were extremely fast. The burly man's eyes widened in anger and disbelief as he fell to the ground like a log. Although this man's reaction was fast, Chu Yang was in a high position. He fell straight down from the sky. He was originally lying on the ground. When he suddenly changed his posture to meet the enemy, he was caught off guard. Furthermore, Chu Yang's attack was like a thunderbolt. It was so sudden that he did not have time to react. Chu Yang did not wait for him to fall completely. He hooked his right hand and grabbed the man's collar, lifting him up. The moment he landed on the ground, he stomped his feet and jumped up like a spring. More than a dozen crossbow arrows were nailed to the spot where his body had just landed. Chu Yang's body had just jumped up when his feet slammed into a tree. With a loud thud, the tree shook violently. Branches flew everywhere like rain. Chu Yang's body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. That man's body was close to 200 Jin, but when he was grabbed by Chu Yang, it was as light as a feather. It did not affect his speed at all. The rain of arrows was like a waterfall, flying past his front and back. However, Chu Yang did not look at where those arrows came from. He only swayed his body to dodge them. His black clothes were torn to shreds by the arrows, but his skin was not scratched at all. They had clearly seen an arrow pierce through his body, but the next moment, that arrow had already pierced through his clothes. Chu Yang's momentum did not change at all. He was actually moving faster and faster. These people were clearly wary of the person Chu Yang was carrying. They tried their best to avoid that person with every arrow they fired. This made it very convenient for Chu Yang. It also made him even more certain. This person's identity was definitely not simple. Chu Yang's feet continued to stomp on the trees as he shuttled through the dense forest. He was actually as fast as lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Most of the arrows nailed into the trees. In just a breath's time, Chu Yang's afterimages were still moving behind him. However, he was already almost out of the forest. An angry shout came from the front. 3 or 4 people jumped out at the same time and slashed with their sabers. They blocked Chu Yang's path. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. Then, he suddenly stomped his feet. His straightforward movement had strangely changed into a straight upward movement. He leaped 30 feet and arrived above these people's heads. Then, his feet fiercely stomped on the trunk of a big tree behind him. The big tree shook as if it was spasming. Chu Yang and the big man flew out like a meteor. They left the forest and entered the wilderness. The people lying in ambush could no longer hold back. They revealed themselves and chased after them from all directions. Behind the black masks, everyone's eyes had already lost their calm and coldness. They were filled with anxiety. They had originally planned to wait for the 8 experts to rush out and hold back the majority of the enemy's forces. Then, they would rush out and kill Du Shiqing. Then, they would scatter. He did not expect a hothead to barge in and grab the commander's vital point. Now, their plan was completely ruined. Everyone was angry, but at the same time, they were also confused. How can the accuracy be so accurate when so many people are here? He grabbed the most important person in the first move? Could it be that he knows how to calculate? What the hell is going on? Chapter 52. The man in Chu Yang's hand was still unconscious and did not know what was happening. Chu Yang did not want to kill him. It was not that Chu Yang did not dare to kill. Killing people was a piece of cake for Chu Yang. His first priority was to solve the crisis in front of him. His second priority was to figure out where these people came from. These people were most likely from Iron Cloud. They were most likely the men of sacrifice who supported Tai Bu Tian. Only these people did not want Du Shiqing to come to Iron Cloud. If Du Shiqing's miraculous hands really helped Tai Shicheng recover, then Iron Cloud Nation would fall into an awkward situation of one country with 2 rulers. No matter how close the father and son worked together, their subordinates would not necessarily think so. Right now, Tai Bu Tian had become Iron Cloud's spiritual pillar and savior, their only hope. Tai Shicheng's recovery would greatly affect Tai Bu Tian's prestige and the morale of the entire army. This was because no army would be loyal to 2 leaders at the same time. If that was the case, then Iron Cloud Nation would have to face Diwu Qingro, this kind of matchless hero, without a doubt. If it was really these people, then Chu Yang could not kill them. Compared to Great Zhao, Iron Cloud's power was already at a disadvantage. No power should be given up. These men of sacrifice were the treasures of the army. If these people were killed, at least one thing was certain. At least one army would be in chaos. Whether or not it would affect the entire war situation, it would at least affect one part of the war. Therefore, since Chu Yang wanted to reverse fate and help Tai Bu Tian defeat Diwu Qingro, he could not bear to kill these people. Chu Yang's figure rushed out of the forest like a meteor. Behind him, a large group of men in black chased after him. Chu Yang did not care at all. His body rose and fell, and he was already in between the 2 sides. While he was still in midair, he shouted, "If you still want his life, then all of you stop." After he finished speaking, his body landed on the ground. He staggered and rolled on the ground with that person. He suddenly stood up and lost his balance again and fell to the ground. His face was red as he gasped for breath. Suddenly, he coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground in front of him. From the beginning to the end, he had been holding his breath and had not relaxed at all. The shock to his internal organs was really unimaginable. At this moment, he had just taken his first breath, but his entire body had gone limp, as if he had no strength left in his body. However, the first thing he did was to place the tip of his sword on the burly man's neck. Cold light flashed. He knelt on the ground just like that, holding the burly man's hand and holding his sword horizontally. He was gasping for breath and in an extremely sorry state, but his eyes were as calm and cold as ice. No one doubted that as long as they didn't do as he said, he would definitely chop off the head of this burly man. The situation was already very dangerous. Even though Manager Gao was not at a disadvantage, it was impossible for him to save Du Shiqing. The other side knew that they were no match for the tall old man, so they fought without any regard for their own safety. He tried his best to stall him. Although all of them were injured, they refused to back down. The other 2 had already jumped onto the carriage. Out of the 8 guards who had accompanied him, 4 of them were already lying on the ground. In the next moment, they would be able to break into the carriage and grab Du Shiqing. However, at this moment, the situation suddenly reversed. It was as if someone had cast a spell on them. They all stared blankly at the young man who had suddenly rushed out. For a long time, they did not make a sound. This young man was in a very sorry state. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked like he was out of breath. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood, and he looked like he was on the verge of death. If it was just one person shouting, then the next moment, he would have been greeted with a sword. However, the person he was holding in his hand let everyone know that he was not joking. Even though he was gasping for breath, The sword in his hand did not move an inch. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Let him go. The leader of the masked men immediately recognized the person Chu Yang was holding. He could not help but angrily roar. At this moment, he even felt like he was dreaming. How could this be? Wasn't the general in a heavily guarded place? 100 blood-iron death soldiers, 8 martial masters, 20 martial warriors, and the rest were all martial disciples. Even the weakest one had a grade. Furthermore, there were siege crossbows and 50 divine archers. Such a powerful force could only be gathered by emptying an entire army. They had fully intended to crush the number 1 divine doctor here like a mountain, smashing a mosquito. How could the general fall into the hands of the enemy? In a dark night, in a dense forest, and the general was in the center of everyone's heart. He was protected in all directions. How could he appear here? Let him go? Chu Yang panted heavily and laughed. If it were you, would you let him go? You have only captured an insignificant person among us, and you want to threaten us? Ridiculous. Even though the leader of the masked men was anxious, his tone had already calmed down. Insignificant person? Chu Yang laughed and said, so he is just an insignificant person? Suddenly, his hand moved, and the tip of his sword made a cut on the man's shoulder. Immediately, blood spurted out. You. The masked men in black were shocked. One of them even took a step forward with concern. What are you doing? The leader of the masked men in black said angrily. Chu Yang held his sword and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He said with annoyance, when you said he is an insignificant person, it made me very upset. I can't even hold my sword steadily. Besides, since he is just an insignificant person, you guys continue. Haha, let's divide the work clearly. You guys kill him. I will kill him. As he said, the long sword in his hand moved in a circle. The tip of the sword slowly but firmly pierced into the man's arm. Chu Yang's eyes were full of ridicule. He looked at the masked men in black with provocation. He let the blood flow along the tip of the sword and onto his body. Wait, the leader of the masked men in black finally couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward and asked, what do you want? Very simple. Retreat. Let us go. Chu Yang's panting finally calmed down. He slowly stood up and said shakily, as long as we are safe, I will let this insignificant person go. Haha. When he said the words insignificant person, he deliberately emphasized it and slowed down his tone. He was full of ridicule. You should first pull out your sword. The leader of the masked men in black angrily said, torturing people like this, what kind of hero are you? I have never been a hero, and I am definitely not a hero. Chu Yang slowly pulled out his sword and said coldly, right now, I only have one goal, to arrive at Ironcloud Citadel safely and quietly. I do not want to see anything else. I agree. The leader of the masked men in black said straightforwardly, but how do I know whether I should trust you or not? How can I trust you? Chu Yang said coldly, until now, I have not taken off his mask. Is this not enough? The masked men in black shook their bodies and said, yes, it is enough. Not taking off the mask meant that the other side did not want to make a big deal out of this and left a way out for both sides. Thus, there was room to turn the situation around. If the mask was taken off, with the general's identity, it would be difficult for the other side not to recognize him. At that time, the only option left was to kill him to silence him. He would also have to pay with the general's life. Most importantly, as long as Fire Saber Great Master Gao Weiqing wanted to leave, they would not be able to stop him. Du Shiqing was invited by Grand Elder Bu Tian of Iron Cloud with Great Zhao's permission. As long as Gao Weiqing escaped and spread the news, it would be over. This could become a serious diplomatic incident between the two countries. Plus, they would become traitors of Iron Cloud. Chapter 53. The large man waved his hand and let out a whistle. The 10 masked large men in black immediately lined up neatly in formation. In the blink of an eye, they formed an impenetrable wall in front of everyone. Their imposing manner showed that they were elites. Manager Gao and the remaining 4 guards felt like they were dreaming. Seeing that the situation was precarious and that the enemy was about to succeed, Everyone felt incomparably angry and sullen. Just when they were powerless to reverse the situation, Chu Yang suddenly came out with a person in his hand. Moreover, the first thing he said was for both sides to stop. Yet, the other party had actually stopped. Now that they heard what they said, they realized that the person they caught was actually the commander of this group. Fuck. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Isn't this too awesome? In a moment of life and death, he went into the enemy's camp alone and captured the enemy's leader. Under the encirclement, he calmly returned. With the strength of one person, he turned the situation around in an instant. Is this a myth or a legend? It seems like they have never heard of such a thing in real life. Everyone's gaze towards Chu Yang suddenly changed. There is one thing I want to say to him. The leader of the masked men looked at Chu Yang. I want to make sure that he is still alive. No problem. Chu Yang readily agreed. He slapped his palm on the big man's back. From his palm, a colding energy entered his body. The burly man shuddered and immediately sobered up. Seeing his situation clearly, he was furious. He struggled and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you killing them?" "But you, don't worry about me," the big man said angrily. "What time is it? Why do you still care about my life?" "Your Excellency, your mask has not been taken off," Chu Yang gently reminded him. "Moreover, you have already lost. In this situation, even if you gave the order to perish together with us, do you think it would be possible? Would your subordinates do it?" The big man choked and angrily cursed, "Bastard! Who are you? Lost? What qualifications do you have to say that we lost?" "My qualifications are," Chu Yang arrogantly said, "now that you have fallen into my hands, I'm the meat and you're the meat." The burly man panted heavily in silence. His eyes were filled with intense humiliation and unwillingness. Suddenly, he twisted his neck and slammed into the sword. Cries of surprise rang out. Chu Yang sneered. He lifted him up with one hand and spun him around. Then he kicked his butt and said fiercely, "If you don't listen to me, even if you die, I will take off your mask, strip you naked, and hang you on the flagpole of Iron Cloud Citadel. You can try and see if I can do it." The burly man trembled and finally calmed down. He wasn't afraid of death, but Chu Yang's method was downright vicious. With his reputation in Iron Cloud Nation, if he was humiliated like this even after death, he would not be able to bear it. Not to mention, there was also the prestige of the clan and the reputation of the military. Forget it. He let out a long sigh. All you want is to reach Iron Cloud Citadel safely. I promise you that I will not stop you. But I don't trust you. Chu Yang said coldly, therefore, I need you to personally escort us. You. The burly man suddenly turned around and glared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. This pair of eyes were filled with the power to seize life and death, as well as endless coldness. There was also a kind of arrogance and disdain for life and death. This was definitely a person of high status and power. No need to glare at me. Once we are safe, I will let you go. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I will not make things difficult for you, and I will not expose your identity. Even I will not. Chu Yang said calmly, I don't trust your promise, but right now, you can only trust me. He paused for a moment and said lightly, You have no other choice. The burly man stared at him for a long time. Then he suddenly snorted and waved his hand. You can all leave. Go and play with them. Big brother. The leader of the group in black stepped forward and suddenly threw his saber on the ground. He opened his arms and walked over. Let me exchange with my big brother. I promise. I will listen to you on the way. Don't worry. Although my big brother's weight is different, we will definitely keep our promise. Fuck off. The burly man in Chu Yang's hand was furious. He said furiously, You motherfucker. Are you trying to anger me to death? When we get back, I will kill your whole family and wipe out your motherfucking clan. You dare to mess around in front of me? Get out, get out. Bring good weapons, motherfucker. We still need to use them. Get out, get out, get out. The burly man scolded angrily. What? You bastards are very happy to see me in such a sorry state, aren't you? Why aren't you getting out? Under his scolding, the dozens of people on the opposite side finally retreated reluctantly. You listen to me. On the way, if you dare to touch a hair of my big brother, we will risk the destruction of our clan and search the ends of the earth to tear you into pieces. The leader of the black-clothed masked men shouted in a stern voice. Then, he walked away, turning his head 3 times with each step he took. Not long after, he disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing that they had finally retreated, Chu Yang finally used up all his strength and sat on the ground. His hands were trembling. He barely reached into his clothes and grabbed the purple crystal jade essence. He wanted to use his martial arts to restore his energy. A domineering thought rose up. Tribulation Sword's sword spirit came out and stopped him. Chu Yang was speechless. He cursed in his heart, "Motherfucker. It's fine if you didn't use your strength in the battle just now, but now you don't let me recover. You didn't use Tribulation Sword's power in the battle just now. How can I help you? I'm just assisting you. I'm not trying to take over your body for you. Whether it's your body or your mind, the one in control is always you, Chu Yang, not Tribulation Sword. You need to understand this. Besides, only by completely letting go of your body and relying on your own strength to recover when you're exhausted can you break through your limits and increase your power. If you let this damn jade that's neither cold nor hot in summer nor hot in winter help you recover, then how are you going to break through?" Chu Yang didn't expect Tribulation Sword to reply to him. He didn't expect this guy to suddenly come out and say so much. He couldn't help but be stunned. The purple crystal jade essence was a peerless treasure. In the sword spirit's mouth, it became a damn jade, which is neither cold nor hot in summer, and is useless in winter, and is useless in summer, and is useless in winter. When you solve the mystery of your origin, the first thing I will do is swallow this damn jade. So much energy, but I can only look at it and can't absorb it. It's really annoying. The sword spirit said a few words angrily. Without waiting for Chu Yang's reply, it fell silent again. Damn, Chu Yang was stunned. It turned out that this guy had always been coveting this jade essence. Now you can absorb it too. No one will stop you from absorbing it, Chu Yang said tentatively. Then what will you rely on to find your parents? To walk around the world naked? Tribulation Sword Spirit roared angrily and muttered. I haven't found a suitable host for tens of thousands of years. Now that I've finally found one, it's actually such a stubborn idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? Chu Yang was completely enraged. His little universe suddenly exploded. He shouted angrily, his eyebrows furrowed, and his hair stood on end. In his previous life, no one dared to call him an idiot. How can you be so stubborn with a sword? This is intolerable. I didn't scold you. A confused voice sounded. Manager Gao approached Chu Yang with a complicated expression. He was about to thank him when Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and said, Who are you calling an idiot? Chapter 54. Chu Yang immediately felt that something was wrong. He smiled awkwardly and said, I was not talking about you. Manager Gao turned his head and looked left and right in a daze. Not talking about me? It seems like there is no one else around here besides me. So this guy is a psychopath. The burly man who was lying on the ground rolled his eyes and sighed sorrowfully. To think that this old hero has been able to rule the world and command the wind and clouds for his entire life. Yet, he actually fell into the hands of a lunatic. This really makes me feel unsatisfied and depressed. You are the psychopath. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and suddenly thought, why does this narcissist sound so familiar? Could it be that this guy is the same as Tantan? At this time, the remaining 4 guards also came closer. 4 of their brothers had died in the hands of this man. They looked at this masked man with an unfriendly expression. You guys get lost. Don't disturb this old man's mood. The man said carelessly, if you don't want to die, try and touch me. This guy is still so arrogant after becoming a captive. Du Shiqing walked out of the carriage. His expression was surprisingly calm. He nodded at Chu Yang and said, Chu Yang, this time, it is all thanks to you. Pausing for a moment, he sighed and said, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid this old man would have been buried here. No matter how much kindness this old man has shown to your family, after this, we're even. Du Shiqing smiled and said, "So, you don't need to take it to heart. A doctor has the heart of a parent. To a doctor, treating a patient is not a life-saving grace, but a profession. But you saved me. This is a life-saving grace." Chu Yang's heart was filled with admiration. For Du Shiqing to be able to say these words, he was worthy of his title as the #1 genius doctor. He said, "Senior Du is too polite. I hope that Senior Du, Manager Gao, and the other brothers can understand that I acted on my own initiative and do not break the promise between us." Of course. Du Shiqing nodded and said with a smile, "This person's safety and identity also determines our safety. This old man naturally will not ignore the big picture." The man snorted and said, "I don't think you guys would dare." Then, he turned his head and looked at Chu Yang with a pair of sharp eyes. "Little, there are so many people here. Why did you only catch me?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Because you're the most important. If I were to capture someone else, would you retreat?" The burly man laughed. Although his face was covered, the carefree and heroic tone in his voice was not concealed in the slightest. He said, "Then how do you know that I am the most important? This is what I don't understand the most. I didn't want to tell you this, but seeing that you're not a bad person, I'll make an exception this time." Chu Yang thought for a while. Then, he tilted his head and smiled, "Because your subordinates have placed you in the most important position." "Bullshit. I have always eaten and lived with my brethren. I have always fought on the battlefield, besieging cities and seizing land. I have always been at the forefront of every battle. How can you say I have the most important position?" The big man angrily said, "You are talking nonsense. Or maybe you did. But they didn't do that, and they didn't think that way either." Chu Yang coldly said, "An army without a general is like a sheet of loose sand. But if a general takes the lead in everything, he will also become the army's biggest constraint. He will become the biggest factor in defeat." He looked at the burly man somewhat mockingly and said, "Although this general thinks that he has done well, he doesn't know that because he has done well, he will lead the entire army to a dead end." The burly man's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. He said, then, "How can there be no conflict between the two? A leader without a backbone will never be a good leader. A leader with too much backbone will also not be a good general. There needs to be a balance point." Chu Yang lightly said, "I have never been a general, and I have never led an army. I don't know where this balance point is, so I can't give you any advice." The burly man suddenly froze. He lowered his head, frowned, and thought hard for a long time. Then, he suddenly raised his head and said seriously, "I've learned something." Chu Yang was actually very interested in this guy who had been captured by him. Although this person looked rough, he was actually very meticulous. Plus, this guy's martial strength was not high. He was only a martial warrior. At most, he was only level 4 or 5, but he had 8 martial masters under his command. Martial warrior and martial master. The difference of one word was an insurmountable gap. With a low level of cultivation, he had to lead a group of people whose cultivation was much higher than his. This was even more contradictory. But this guy was able to make so many martial masters obediently respect him as their boss. It was clear that he was not ordinary. Plus, he was loyal and righteous, and his orders were strict. It was clear that he had a very high military prestige. There should not be many generals like this in Ironcloud Nation. I must keep them. Thinking about this, Chu Yang looked at the 4 corpses lying on the ground, and the remaining people's faces filled with grief and indignation. He could not help but sigh. The world was so helpless. Seeing the enemy captured, they still could not do anything. Perhaps this was the struggle between two countries. However, Chu Yang still had some contempt for this. Right now, he was an outsider. He was not close to either side. There was no doubt that Du Shiqing was a good person. However, the purpose of this trip was contrary to Chu Yang's goal of reversing fate. Tai Shicheng's illness, to a certain extent, directly affected the rise and fall of Ironcloud Nation. If Ironcloud Nation was destroyed, then Beyond the Heavens sect would not be safe. If Beyond the Heavens sect was not safe, then Chu Yang's master and brothers would certainly die. Mo Qingwu would also not be able to escape. Therefore, even though Du Shiqing was a good person, Chu Yang could not support him. These assassins were not necessarily bad people. Their goal was the same as Chu Yang's. Chu Yang could not kill them, but Chu Yang knew that if he was one of the 4 remaining guards, he would definitely kill this person. He would not have any scruples because of anyone's promise or the overall situation. For of his brothers were killed. If he did not take revenge, could he still be considered a man? But these 4 guards only stood there in grief and indignation. Even when they were not shouted at, they did not take any action. Chu Yang despised these people who did not have any courage. Even if he was the one who made the promise, he still despised them. Looking around, Chu Yang sat down cross-legged. Right now, the most important thing was to recover his strength. Holding his breath, he used all his strength to circulate the remaining energy in his dantian. In fact, his dantian was already empty. He used all his strength to search for the remaining energy in his meridians. It was so little that it was pitiful. But this time, it was the first time Chu Yang used Plundering Heaven Divine technique to recover. Now that he had left beyond the Heaven sect, he could do whatever he wanted. In his previous life, even though he practiced Plundering Heaven Divine technique, he still did not understand. This technique was obviously faster than normal techniques. Did it belong to the category of demonic techniques? After all, this was a very strange technique. Manager Gao saw that Chu Yang was recovering his energy, so he dismissed the idea of talking to him. He only stood to the side to protect him. But in the next moment, his eyes widened. Fuck. No way. In such a short time, he had already entered a meditative state? He had only just sat down. Okay? Looking at Chu Yang's sparkling face, Manager Gao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Meditating, calming the mind, gathering the energy, moving the dantian, passing through the meridians, and then slowly entering a meditative state? Since ancient times, who could break out of this category? I have been a saber great master for dozens of years. Even though I have not broken through to revered saber, I am still considered a wily old fox, okay? But even now, I still have to follow the same set of rules. Especially after being injured, it is even more difficult. How could this guy enter a meditative state as soon as he sat down? Manager Gao's eyes widened. He suddenly felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. Chu Yang manipulated the remaining energy in his meridians and slowly gathered it into his dantian. Then, following the Plundering Heaven Divine technique's path, it slowly passed through his meridians. Chapter 55. At the same time, the tip of the sword constantly emitted a strange power, constantly nourishing Chu Yang's meridians. In his meridians, the power of the golden blood root, which had been quietly protecting his veins, was suddenly stimulated at this moment. With this power, it slowly integrated into Chu Yang's meridians. After a full cycle, the energy from the tip of the sword suddenly exploded, causing Chu Yang's meridians to swell with a comfortable feeling. Outside his body, his clothes fluttered, and a black mist that was hard to see clearly gushed out from his mouth and nose at the same time. Chu Yang suddenly felt relaxed. Manager Gao stood in front of him, dumbfounded. What did I just see? God, please save me. I'm sick. My eyes can't take it anymore. He sat down and entered a meditative state. In less than a breath's time, his injuries were healed. Then, in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he broke through? How is this possible? This strange phenomenon caused this fire saber grandmaster, who had been famous for many years, to be completely confused. Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes. A sharp sword light flashed before his eyes, and they returned to normal. But as soon as he opened his eyes, the big man and the tall old man both felt a sharp pain in their eyes. It was as if a red-hot steel needle had pierced their eyes. These two were the type of people who did not care about the laws of heaven. But at this moment, they felt a sense of fear towards this young man in front of them. They felt as if an ancient demon had suddenly broken his seal and came to this world with a ferocity that could destroy heaven and earth. Another breakthrough, 4th-level martial warrior. If the tall old man knew that this guy had just broken through martial disciple and reached martial warrior 5 days ago, his eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Then, he would probably suffer from a heart attack and die from foaming at the mouth. You can break through like this? What the fuck? Even so, Manager Gao's eyes were still wide open. His hands were trembling, and he did not know what to do. He looked at Chu Yong with eyes full of jealousy. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Every time he broke through, it was as if he was being skinned alive. He struggled for many days. This guy actually seemed to enjoy breaking through. How do you feel? The tall old man's heart was pounding as he asked. I only broke through one level. Chu Yong smacked his lips and frowned. Why is it so slow? This is not right. Manager Gao staggered and trembled twice before asking, when was the last time you broke through? Could it be that this guy had been stuck in this bottleneck for many years? If that was the case, then this situation was understandable. Chu Yong scratched his head and rolled his eyes. He said with uncertainty, it should be 4 days ago? Or was it 5 days ago? That's too long. Something is not right. Old man Gao's eyes rolled back. His lips trembled, and he pointed at him with his skinny finger. Suddenly, he sat down on the ground. His wrinkled face turned red, and all the blood in his body rushed to his head. After a long time, he stood up dizzily, as if he was in a dream. He turned around and left with a pale face. Manager Gao. Chu Yong was surprised and asked, Manager Gao, what's wrong? Manager Gao moved his legs as if he was in a dream and muttered, I'm going to sleep. I haven't slept in a few days. I'm hallucinating. Then he staggered away. The masked man sighed and shook his head. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. When I was in Iron Cloud Citadel, I saw a few pretty boys posing in front of a restaurant. They were so pretentious, as if they didn't care about money. I thought they were too pretentious. But today, I finally know what it means to be pretentious. With this level of skill, they should be the ancestors of those little bastards. Chu Yong was speechless. What I said was the truth, okay? He remembered that in his previous life, he didn't just go up one level. He often went up several levels in a row like a rocket. However, the feeling and comprehension of this kind of leveling up was definitely different. Step by step, steady and steady, that is the way of the king. Every step, there must be an understanding of each step. This kind of accumulation is the peak. Did you feel good about the pig-like ascension in your previous life? If it wasn't for me suppressing it for you, you would have already gone up. Why couldn't you reach the peak in your previous life? It was because you lacked the understanding of each step. If you eat until you're fat, the only result is that you'll choke to death. Do you understand, idiot? In his mind, an arrogant voice spoke disdainfully and with a tone of disappointment. Chu Yong was startled and immediately understood. Yes, practicing martial arts is like a person's life. From young to old, slowly understanding and slowly accumulating knowledge is the right path. If you give a 3-year-old child medicine to make him reach the age of 30, would he really have the mind of a 30-year-old? No wonder such a powerful force could only go up one level. It was because Tribulation Sword was suppressing it to give him time to comprehend. You're still wasting time. Why don't you hurry up and find some supplements? With the speed of an ant, when will you become strong? Tonic? Chu Yong thought blankly. What tonic? Things like 7-star white magnolia, spirit ginseng, ethereal purple ganoderma, 10,000 years yellow essence, and so on are barely enough. If it really doesn't work, purple crystal jade, black gold iron, star steel, nightmare silver, and diamond sand will also work. Chu Yang's hands and feet trembled as he fell to the ground. Suddenly, he cursed, Motherfucker, what are these things? Do you think these are cabbages? These are all things from legends. Fuck. Finding 1 or 2 grams is already a great fortune, and you want to talk about 10,000 pounds? Are you talking nonsense because you ate too much? Manager Gao and Du Shiqing, who had already walked far away, turned around in surprise. Seeing Chu Yong suddenly become angry, they could not understand what was going on. The big man across from Chu Yong shouted angrily, Bastard, I just want to eat a few pounds of beef. I'm always hungry, do you understand? Motherfucker, you really think I'm a prisoner? Bastard, what kind of legend is this? Is your family's beef a legend? You're just a bumpkin who has never seen the world. It turned out that this guy was hungry and wanted to make a request of Chu Yong. Chu Yong turned his head, bared his teeth, and shouted angrily, Shut up. If you keep screaming, I'll strip you naked and put you in front of the horses. Then, I'll feed them aphrodisiac." In an instant, Chu Yang's eyes flashed fiercely. As soon as these words came out, the big man's body trembled violently. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Chu Yang in despair. His face was pale. In that moment, he was so angry that his heart was beating like thunder, but he did not dare to show it. He finally understood what kind of hooligan he had fallen into. Listening to what he said, did it sound like something a normal person would say? "These are the things you need to upgrade your calamity sword." In his mind, the voice laughed happily. "Little brat, I'll tell you. First, get some good things and open the calamity sword space. You will be pleasantly surprised. You really are a waste. After so long, you still haven't opened the calamity sword's innate ability." Calamity sword space? Chu Yang was stunned. Yes, calamity sword space. Wait, so, you're not the sword spirit? Chu Yang asked, puzzled. Yes, I am the calamity sword. But right now, I can't merge with the calamity sword. The voice was full of frustration. Damn bastard. It's fine to test the sword master, but why did he have to separate the sword and the soul? Damn it. Damn it. Who? Chu Yang only felt his heart beat faster. Perhaps the sword spirit was cursing the mysterious person who created the calamity sword. I've forgotten who he is now. The voice sighed in annoyance. Only when you get the 7th fragment of the broken sword can you merge with the sword and the soul. Only when you get all the fragments can I fully recover. Look for it patiently. Those things are not hard to find. There are plenty of them in this world. But what if I can't find them? Chu Yang asked weakly. The calamity sword will not be destroyed. You can look for it slowly. How can you not find it after thousands of years? After the sword spirit said this, there was no more sound. Chapter 56. Restoring the calamity sword didn't seem difficult. But now, it was tens of thousands of years later. Maybe it was easy tens of thousands of years ago. The things you said were everywhere, but do you know how hard it is to find them now? Isn't this forcing people to die? Hey, I want to eat, the big man shouted again, but this time, his tone was much softer. Even if you're a captive, you still need to eat, right? You can't starve me like this, right? Shut up. Chu Yang was in a bad mood. He suddenly grabbed the man's collar and said fiercely, "Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. I didn't kill you because you're still a little useful, but if you wear out my patience, it won't be difficult to cut off your head. Don't think that I'm afraid of death," the man shouted angrily, but when he saw the evil light in Chu Yang's eyes, he suddenly shuddered and didn't say anything else. Heavens, this guy is a demon. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Chu Yang stood up and walked to the fire. He cut off a horse's hind leg and skewered it on the 2 arrows on the ground. Then, he put it on the fire and roasted it. The fire jumped, illuminating Chu Yang's face. It was indescribably strange. Puffed. Chu Yang threw the roasted horse leg in front of the masked man. "Eat it. Horse meat is too sour. I want to eat beef," the man said angrily. "Beef? I think you look like beef." Chu Yang curled his lips. "Eat it or not." He turned and left. The man's breath was stuck in his throat, and he almost fainted. Looking at the horse meat in his hand, he really wanted to throw this black thing on the ground. But he knew very well that if he really threw it on the ground, he was destined to starve. This guy definitely wouldn't be merciful. With a sigh, he bit down hard on the horse's leg and chewed hard. As he chewed on the horse's meat, his teeth actually chattered and made a crunching sound. It was as if he wasn't chewing horse meat, but this guy called Chu Yang on the other side. Chu Yang was cleaning up the arrows on the ground. He wanted to tidy up a space for himself to set up a tent and have a good sleep. However, after he collected a few arrows, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face, which was facing away from the others. Then, he took out a tent. Surprisingly, he didn't pick up the arrows on the ground. Instead, he chose a place with the densest number of arrows and set up the tent. This caused everyone to feel extremely puzzled. In the tent, Chu Yang was already shocked to the point of disbelief. This was because he discovered that when he was collecting those ownerless arrows, the sword tip of the calamity sword in his body suddenly had a sharp reaction. At this moment, the tip of the sword followed his meridians to his finger. The moment it came into contact with the arrow, there was only a slight pop sound. The arrow in Chu Yang's hand had already shattered into pieces. Yes, shatter. Furthermore, it was directly turned into dust. This was an arrow made of fine steel. This type of arrow had the most destructive power, and the distance it could travel was also the longest, because its entire front half was made of fine steel. However, the second half of the arrow was made of high-quality ironwood. At the end of the arrow was the arrowhead that maintained its balance. The moment Chu Yang came into contact with it, the high-quality steel was silently crushed into powder. How could Chu Yang not be shocked? Finally, the tent was set up. Chu Yang immediately went in. Looking at the densely packed arrows on the ground, Chu Yang's eyes widened. He tried to touch it with his finger again. Sure enough, the tip of Calamity's sword that had already reached his finger suddenly released a suction force. Then, a little bit of black iron appeared on the tip of Chu Yang's finger, and the half of the fine steel arrow turned into dust. What was going on? He had never heard of the Calamity sword having such a function. Chu Yang's eyes widened. By the time all the fine steel arrows in the tent had turned into dust, the iron shavings in Chu Yang's hand had already turned into an iron ball the size of a fingertip. Using his internal energy, he saw that the sword tip of the Calamity sword, which was originally shining, had already turned black in a small area. If one didn't look carefully, they really wouldn't be able to see it. What's going on? Chu Yang asked in his heart. This is fine steel, pure steel. What the Calamity sword swallows is iron essence. In his dantian, the voice said lazily, "What's so strange about this? Fine steel? Iron essence?" The Calamity sword is the #1 divine object in the world. It can swallow anything, including the human body, the voice explained. But what the Calamity sword swallows is the most essential part. For fine steel, it's iron essence. And what's left after the Calamity sword swallows is iron essence. Although it's slightly inferior for ordinary steel, it's still the most essential part of the essence. The voice said, "This is the benefit of the Calamity sword's owner." After a pause, it said, One of the benefits?" Chu Yang's mind spun quickly. Could it be that there are more benefits? Chu Yang's eyes suddenly became bright. That's right. For anything, as long as it's in your hands, the Calamity sword will automatically extract its essence. And the parts that the Calamity sword doesn't need will also be purified and given to you to use. When the Calamity sword fully recovers and completes, then those things will all be yours. However, those things are too far away. You don't need to know about them now. I see. Chu Yang held the small piece of iron in his hand thoughtfully. Anything can be swallowed? Of course. Between heaven and earth, there is nothing that cannot be swallowed, including the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, right now, the Calamity sword only has the first fragment, so it can only swallow some ordinary metals and spirit medicines. Then, can this iron essence be used to make weapons? Nonsense. As long as there is enough, you can control the sword point and have it help you make any weapon. This kind of iron essence is a treasure that ordinary martial artists can only dream of. Do you understand? Using this kind of iron essence to make weapons would be dozens of times stronger than the trash you use. Chu Yang sat on the ground and pondered. At this moment, he suddenly had a clear plan. Going to Iron Cloud Nation through Du Shiqing was a last-minute decision. It was like forcing a duck onto a perch. Before this, he did not have any plans. He only knew how to take one step at a time. But at this moment, he suddenly had a complete plan. Or, should the plan be like this? The heavy piece of iron in his hand seemed to give him some kind of inspiration. His eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 57. Looking at Chu Yang's expression, the masked man next to him smiled proudly and said, "My brothers are not bad, right?" In this group, because of his special status, even Manager Gao and Du Shiqing did not dare to be rude to him. Only Chu Yang was rude to him, but he insisted on following Chu Yang. Along the way, he talked with Chu Yang. Even though he was sometimes angered by Chu Yang, he did not go near anyone else. He clearly knew that even though Chu Yang was rude to him, he was the only one in this group who did not want him to die. As for the others, even though they were polite to him, they all wanted to kill him. If they were to stab him when they were safe, that was definitely not impossible. Only Chu Yang would not do that. Good soldiers. Chu Yang looked at the black flood next to him and said in a low voice, "Of course they are good soldiers." The masked man said proudly, "Otherwise, how could they guard Yang? Fuck your grandpa. You dare to trick me?" Chu Yang was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said powerlessly, "Do you think that I would be so despicable? How dare he try to trick you?" He turned his neck and said disdainfully, "If I want to know anything about you, a pack of aphrodisiac will tell me everything." The burly man shuddered as he stared at the beast-like young man with a dumbfounded expression. He wisely chose not to speak any further, because he suddenly remembered what Chu Yang said the other day. "I will strip you naked and put you in front of the horses. Then I will feed them aphrodisiac." Thinking about it, he suddenly felt his blood run cold. If that was really the case, then he might really surrender. That morning, they finally saw a big city in front of them. Du Shiqing, Manager Gao, and the others let out a sigh of relief. Here, they were already in the heart of Iron Cloud Nation. There were more and more people, and the government offices were all connected. Basically, there was no chance of being assassinated here, because if Du Shiqing died in this place, Taibu Tian would be furious. All the officials along the way would be in trouble. Therefore, they would all treat Du Shiqing as their master. Sure enough, at the city gate, a group of people came out of the city. Clearly, they were here to welcome Du Shiqing. More than 100 people turned their heads at the same time. Manager Gao also turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. If he killed this burly man here, even the 100 or so people on the other side wouldn't be able to stop him. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became tense and strange. "It's time to let me go." The big man clearly sensed that Manager Gao and the others were up to no good. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Chu Yang's hand shake and remove the seal on his body. Then, with a wave of his hand, the big man, who weighed more than 200 pounds, was sent flying. Manager Gao was one step slower. He glared at Chu Yang and angrily said, "You." With a whoosh, the big man's body flew 70 to 80 feet away. With a whistle, a strong horse quickly rushed forward. The warrior on the horse reached out and caught the big man. Then, as the horse galloped, the big man's two legs were spread out and he sat steadily on the horse's back. More than 100 masked people in black cheered at the same time. Suddenly, the big man gave an order and all of them stopped their horses at the same time. Then, they turned around and circled around Du Shiqing's group. Behind the masks, there was a murderous look in their eyes that made people shiver. After the iron torrent circled around, the big man let out a long laugh and shouted, "You little bastard, we will meet again. Next time, I will strip you naked and feed you to the horses." As he spoke, he was very proud of himself. It was as if he was not ashamed of being captured and instead felt proud. Chu Yang couldn't help but be stunned. He felt ashamed of his own inferiority when it came to the thickness of this guy's skin. "Let's go." As he said this, his eyes slanted and looked at Manager Gao's group with evil intentions. He waved his hand and turned his horse around. Then, he took the lead and galloped away. The riders behind him closely followed, forming an iron torrent on the road. The iron torrent surged as the horses galloped away, leaving a trail of yellow smoke on the road. Along the way, the big man's bold laughter could be heard. His grandmother, "Did the children prepare good wine for me? I have been tortured by that guy these past few days. I haven't changed my clothes for the past few days. My body is all white now." After a burst of laughter, whistles and whistles were heard one after another. It was chaos. Obviously, this group of people from top to bottom did not regard being captured as a disgrace. They also did not have any complaints about not being able to assassinate Du Shiqing. It was as if the big man's return was the best thing in the world. It did not matter if they could not complete the mission. "Why did you let him go?" Manager Gao raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. A man without integrity cannot live. Chu Yang looked at him coldly and did not back down. Besides, it was Senior Du who helped me. I escorted him here. It has nothing to do with you. He said slowly and disdainfully, if you guys could have killed him the moment I caught him, I wouldn't have said anything. At the very least, I would have praised you guys for having a strong sense of brotherhood. At worst, we would have all become fugitives. But you waited until now to kill him. Haha, Manager Gao, did you get your title of Fire Saber Great Master because of this? After he said this, the remaining 4 riders' faces turned red. They could not say anything. Manager Gao slowly nodded and said, Good, good, good. He said the word good 3 times. His eyes became more and more fierce. Chu Yang coldly snorted and said proudly, What? You want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? You want to kill your savior? He only cared about his ultimate goal. As for what they thought, Chu Yang did not care. Gao Weicheng was startled. He stared at Chu Yang for a while and then turned around. Behind him, Du Shiqing sighed and said, Manager Gao, Chu Yang did not do anything wrong in this matter. A real man should keep his word. The tall old man, who was walking away, paused for a moment. He turned around and said, Yes, you are right. Chu Yang was very surprised. This was the first time he saw Manager Gao talk to Du Shiqing. He really did not expect Manager Gao to be so respectful to Du Shiqing. This kind of attitude was like a servant to his master. With Manager Gao's title of Fire Saber Great Master, this was very unusual. Chu Yang pretended to be indignant, but in his heart, he was thinking, could it be that this Du Shiqing, was there something special about him? After walking for 2 days, they finally arrived at Ironcloud Citadel. Along the way, they passed by a few counties that warmly welcomed Du Shiqing's group. However, Manager Gao and the others' attitude towards Chu Yang gradually became cold. Later, they even became disgusted with him. This guy was like a wolf that lived alone. Chu Yang did not mind. He was indifferent. Every day, he only discussed medical matters with Du Shiqing. Every time they passed by, it was very enriching. Chu Yang's perception was very high. Plus, there were some areas where he took a different approach to discuss, which gave Du Shiqing a new feeling. Because of this, the two of them were very happy to talk along the way. Chu Yang also took this opportunity to learn about this field that he did not understand in his previous life. In the future, no matter if he was fighting on the battlefield or wandering the world, this knowledge would always be useful. Du Shiqing's whereabouts were also reported to Ironcloud Citadel 3 times a day. It was said that Ironcloud's Taibu Tian wanted to personally welcome Du Shiqing into the Citadel. This kind of reception was very grand. They were still 30 miles away from Ironcloud Citadel. Ironcloud Citadel's banners fluttered in the wind as they rushed out of the Citadel gate. They stood in 2 rows at the Citadel gate, extending for about 5 miles. Then, a group of riders rushed out, creating a torrent on the road as they galloped. They did not stop until they were 10 miles away. Chapter 58. This young man in a white robe had a purple crown and a white face. His long eyebrows reached his temples, and his phoenix eyes were awe-inspiring. He was wearing a white cloak that covered his entire body. At first glance, he looked delicate, but the feeling he gave off was completely different from his appearance. He was just riding on a horse, but he gave off the feeling of looking down on the world. Taibu Tian of Iron Cloud. He personally came out of the city to welcome Du Shiqing. At this moment, he was sitting on the horse with his right hand on his forehead. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the road in front of him. He was patiently waiting with a calm face. Dust rose in the distance, and the sound of wheels could be heard. A group of people appeared on the horizon. They are here. Taibu Tian turned around and jumped down from the horse. The white cloak still covered his entire body. He was not tall, but he did not give off the feeling of being short. Next to him, there were dozens of people waiting in formation. Their eyes were shining brightly, and their hands were on the hilts of their swords. They were protecting him from all directions. With this kind of formation, even if a martial king came to attack, Taibu Tian would be able to retreat safely. At this moment, Du Shiqing was in a state of shock. Senior Du, Now that you have safely arrived at Iron Cloud, I should also take my leave. Chu Yang casually saluted, and his voice was very serious, just like a hero who had accomplished something and was about to leave. Du Shiqing really did not expect Chu Yang to say goodbye at this moment. Could it be that he really escorted me here just to give me a ride? Just to repay a debt of gratitude? Not for anything else? Manager Gao and the four guards were also caught off guard and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang resolutely looked at Du Shiqing deeply. Ignoring Du Shiqing's pleas to stay, he turned around and left. His lonely figure looked very free and easy. It was as if he had completed the most important task in his heart and was relieved of a burden. Looking at his back, a faint sense of shame rose in everyone's hearts. It turned out that we really misunderstood him. He suddenly appeared and followed us for thousands of miles. If it were not for him, we would not have reached Iron Cloud. If it were not for him, we would have been completely annihilated in that forest. However, the moment he successfully arrived, he decided to leave. In fact, just 2 days ago, they had almost fought with him. What kind of ungrateful behavior was this? Chu Yang's departure left Du Shiqing and the others with the impression of a chivalrous hero. Everyone watched as he turned into a small black dot in front of them and then disappeared. They couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Chu Yang had come here to repay a debt of gratitude. This point had been confirmed after everyone had discussed it. However, everyone guessed that Chu Yang must have other motives. Using Du Shiqing to get to know the upper echelons of Iron Cloud and gain glory and wealth, was that his true goal? But at this moment, Chu Yang had used his actions to break their guesses, making them feel ashamed of themselves for using the heart of a villain to cross the heart of a monarch. But they didn't know that Chu Yang's departure was for the sake of better carrying out the plan. Manager Gao and the others didn't treat him unjustly. If he followed Du Shiqing into the city, he would naturally be able to see Tai Butian. However, his own status would not be favored. At most, he would become one of Tai Butian's many aides, and then bitterly look for opportunities, wait for opportunities, and stand out. Only then would he be able to slowly rise step by step. However, if there wasn't a suitable opportunity, they would continue to wait like this for a long time. Chu Yang couldn't wait. What was easily obtained would naturally not be cherished. This sentence applies to both men and women. It was applicable to love, wealth, and career. A wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a mistress is not as good as a mistress. What you can't get is always the best. Cough cough, Chu Yang has misunderstood. But this is the truth. Even though Chu Yang had taken the initiative to visit, it would never be as important as Tai Butian's repeated visits. The wait was also absolutely different. Therefore, the current Chu Yang was only building momentum for himself, and also creating an opportunity for Tai Butian to visit him 3 times. Originally, when he had no other choice, Du Shiqing was his only shortcut. But now, the Calamity Sword's devouring made him change his mind. Since there was another way, he was not willing to just be a strategist. On Du Shiqing's side, he had already put in enough effort to leave a deep impression on him. This was an extraordinary ability. At the very least, as long as Tai Butian mentioned him, Du Shiqing could use the impression he left on him to influence Tai Butian. Now, what Chu Yang needed to do was to make Tai Butian mention him to Du Shiqing. Let Tai Butian take the initiative, and he had to appear unwilling and passive. As long as Tai Butian mentioned him, he would be able to take the initiative. He didn't have the confidence to reach the heavens in one step, but in terms of attracting attention and attracting Tai Butian's attention, that was his specialty. Tai Butian's group was waiting at the Tinley Pavilion outside Iron Cloud Citadel. When they saw Du Shiqing's carriage appear in the distance, they finally let out a sigh of relief. But then, they were stunned. A person's shadow left Du Shiqing's group like an arrow and shot toward Chu Yang's direction. No, it was heading toward the city. It was getting closer and closer. Slowly, it turned from a small black dot into a small human figure. Then, in everyone's eyes, it turned into a black flash of lightning and rapidly approached. So fast, next to Tai Butian, a burly man narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but praise in a low voice. Although the others did not say anything, they all had the same feeling. This figure did not ride a horse and was only walking, but his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached a place not too far away from them. As he got closer, all the experts behind Taibutian suddenly felt a chill run down their spines at the same time, because at this moment, this meteor-like figure suddenly raised his head. Raising his head, he looked in Taibutian's direction. Two sharp gazes, like divine swords that cut through the dark sky, came slashing towards him. The dozens of experts behind Taibutian felt their eyes being stared at by this pair of eyes at the same time. They felt as if they had nowhere to hide. It was as if they were stripped naked and placed in an endless snowy wasteland. At the same time, a cold aura that could freeze 1,000 miles swept over from the direction of the person in front. This cold aura seemed to be able to swallow the world. It was as if a calm sea had suddenly turned into a huge wave. The absolute tranquility had turned into an earth-shattering ruckus in an instant. This kind of strong contrast caught everyone off guard, especially the guards on Taibutian's side. They instinctively raised their guard to the highest level. Both sides were experts. Under the influence of their auras, they were on the verge of exploding. However, that person seemed to have realized something was wrong. He suddenly retracted his cold aura. This kind of ease of control shocked everyone to the extreme. At this moment, that person and Taibutian's gazes were already on the verge of brushing past each other. Taibutian unexpectedly turned her head to look. Their gazes seemed to have inadvertently met in midair. Suddenly, they both felt their entire bodies tremble. This seemingly inadvertent meeting of gazes was actually intentional by both of them. Moreover, only one side was well aware of this. Taibutian had already activated the Emperor Divine technique before she raised her head. It carried with it a kind of supreme aura, accompanied by the icy heart, penetrating bone divine technique that she had cultivated since she was young. It was intentional, because with just one glance, Taibutian had already sensed something. The speed, aura, and gaze of this person before her all indicated that this person was definitely a dangerous person. If such a person was a friend, he would be a great help. If he was an enemy, he would become a terrifying enemy. Separated by several hundred feet, the two of them looked at each other. However, a strange feeling suddenly rose in their hearts at the same time. It was as if they were friends and enemies who should never have met and could never have crossed paths. At this moment, time and space had been distorted, and they suddenly met. This feeling was especially obvious. At this moment, it was as if a mottled and fragmented time and space had appeared before his eyes. The two completely different worlds of his previous life, and this life suddenly overlapped at this moment. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. This was a meeting that was completely outside of fate. Chapter 59. Taibutian's glance looked ordinary, but it was the combination of the Emperor Divine technique and the Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine technique. He wanted to give the other party a feeling of invincibility and a feeling of, this person is a natural-born ruler. As long as this feeling was planted, it would be of great help to Taibutian when he tried to recruit this person in the future. In the future, cooperation or recruitment between the two of them would be a matter of course. At this moment, Taibutian naturally thought that the other party was just passing by. He was definitely not on guard against this glance. In reality, whether it was during a battle or a conversation, most people would pay attention to the other party's eyes. But who would have thought that the eyes could have such an effect? And Chu Yang's glance was, of course, even more deliberate. For this one glance, he even drew out all the cold air from the Seven Shades congregation grounds from the tip of the Calamity Sword. He used it as his own power to create an aura that could freeze 1,000 miles. He first gained the upper hand by a show of strength, then gathered his boundless arrogance to see through this one glance. Just this glance was bound to leave an indelible impression on Taibutian. Chu Yang's gaze was calm and sharp, proud and wild. Like the wolf king of the northernmost plains, sharp as a sword and cold as ice. In this pair of eyes, there was ruthlessness. In such a gaze, all living things in the world were ants that could be slaughtered. The heavens were like grass that could be trampled on. However, Tai Bu Tian's eyes were gentle, warm, and tranquil without any ripples. In fact, it seemed as if he was overlooking the common people from the clouds. His lofty aura of a king spread along with the wind. Here, I am the ruler. All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. All the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. One was intentional and the other was unintentional, but both of them gave it their all. This was a contest, but there was no winner in this contest. If Chu Yang's gaze was the waves, then Tai Butian's gaze was the reef. The waves rolled and swept up thousands of piles of snow. The reef stood tall and unmoving. Was it the reef that broke the waves? Or was it the waves that drowned the reef? Who could say for sure who would win and who would lose? But after this one glance, Chu Yang was like a gust of strong wind, brushing past Tai Butian's troops like a whirlwind. With a whoosh, he turned into a shadow and disappeared in the direction of the city gate. From the beginning to the end, the look in his eyes had never changed. Tai Butian also calmly retracted her gaze, deep in thought. It was as if this was just a coincidence. It was an extremely short meeting. In fact, even Tai Butian and the others treated this meeting as a coincidence. What a terrifying person. Behind Tai Butian, the dozens of experts who had gathered their powers to the maximum instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were solemn. Some of them even had cold sweat on the tip of their noses. A series of popping sounds came from under his feet. The power that he had gathered suddenly dispersed, and the ground beneath his feet actually cracked. Just now, when the cold air hit them in the face and froze them for 1,000 miles, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Although the other party didn't make any movements and was only flying, everyone felt as if a sharp sword was flying through the air. It was as if it was going to kill people with irresistible force and then fly away. Its momentum was unstoppable. A terrifying person? How terrifying is he? Tai Butian looked thoughtfully in the direction that Chu Yang had left in and asked slowly. This person, judging from his eyes and his aura, I'm afraid he's a top-notch executioner. Beside Tai Butian, a man in green took a breath and said in an intensely guarded tone, however, this person's motive is obviously not to. Because when he looked at you, there wasn't the slightest bit of murderous intent. There was only one kind of indifference. When he said this, the dozens of people around him suddenly fell into deep thought. Facing the Empress in such a grand ceremony, he's still so indifferent and dismissive. It's obvious how tenacious this person's nerves are and how great his composure is. However, even after searching through every corner of their minds, they still couldn't think of anyone in the martial world who was like this. This person was obviously very young, at most 17 or 18 years old. However, after thinking through all the young talents, they realized that there wasn't anyone who fit the criteria that this person had shown. Who was this person? Oh. A faint smile appeared on Tai Butian's jade-like face. She said softly, a terrifying person is also an interesting person. If he is not targeting me, then there is a high possibility that he is not an enemy. If he is not an enemy, then could he be a friend? Turning her head to look at Du Shiqing's carriage, Tai Butian said thoughtfully, that person just now seemed to be flying from Divine Dr. Du's direction? There was no such presence before, right? So his original position should be with Du Shiqing's group? Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but nod. This point was very obvious. If such a master is with Du Shiqing's group, then Du Shiqing must know this person, Tai Butian said with relief. And the direction that this person is going is towards Iron Cloud Citadel. His eyes flashed and he sighed with a smile. How can we let go of such a talent? Send 2 people to see if they can follow him. However, no matter what, do not cause any conflict. The 2 people behind him nodded and left the group. They jumped on their horses and whipped their whips. With the sound of galloping hooves, they disappeared in the direction of the Citadel gate. Tai Butian did not look back. She waved her sleeves and said, everyone, follow me to welcome Divine Dr. Du. Chu Yang brushed past Tai Butian like a whirlwind and disappeared into the distance. However, even after entering the Citadel gate, the shock in his heart had not subsided. How could this be? Chu Yang was full of doubts. How could it be Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique? How could it be Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique? I am not surprised that he could use Emperor Divine Technique. This is a technique passed down from generation to generation in Iron Cloud Nation. But he clearly used Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique to see through people's hearts. Why? Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique was a secret technique of the Holy Clan. Moreover, the requirements to practice it were very special. Either it was a perverted and feminine man who practiced it, or it was a woman who practiced it to achieve the greatest effect. That kind of masculine man would not be able to cultivate this Icy Heart Jade Bone even in his lifetime. What Chu Yang found strange was that with Senior Bu Tian's power and status, what kind of technique could he not get? Why did he have to practice Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique? But no matter what, this Senior Bu Tian of Iron Cloud Nation left a deep impression on Chu Yang, especially those eyes. They were as clear as water, as cold as ice, but also gentle and calm. They contained the world and were unfathomably deep. But Chu Yang's deepest impression was that those eyes were so beautiful that they almost did not belong to this world. Chu Yang thought about it and could not help but laugh. Looking at this Senior Bu Tian's face, even though he was very handsome, wasn't he a little too effeminate? He was a typical pretty boy. Practicing Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique did not seem to be anything special. Du Shiqing's carriage finally appeared in front of everyone. Manager Gao lifted the curtain, and Du Shiqing stepped out. Tai Butian took a step forward and bowed deeply. Senior Du, you must have traveled a long way. I am Tai Butian, and I am here to welcome you. His voice was clear and steady. Moreover, in front of Du Shiqing, he called himself this one and did not refer to himself as this one or Gu. This gave Du Shiqing enough face. From this, one could see how much importance this Senior Bu Tian placed on his father's illness. Your Highness is too polite. How could this old man dare to trouble your Highness to personally come and welcome me? I am very afraid. Du Shiqing hurriedly bowed. His face was a little emotional. Senior, there is no need to be so polite. As long as you can cure my father's illness, you will be the savior of all of Iron Cloud Nation. No matter what kind of treatment you receive, it is only natural. Tai Butian smiled and gently extended his hand. Senior Du, please. Du Shiqing said, Your Highness, please. Then he sat back in the carriage. Surrounded by people, he walked toward the city gate. Chapter 60. Oh, that person is the descendant of an old friend of mine. Speaking of this person, he is really a good man. He is loyal, but he is also brave and resourceful. His martial arts are excellent. Although he is young, he is a rare good man. Du Shiqing sighed and shook his head. He introduced Chu Yang's background and emphasized the ambush he encountered. Finally, he said, if it were not for him, I am afraid that I would not have met him today. Plus, this person's talent is unimaginable. He can infer many things from one example, and he has a photographic memory. His intelligence is enough to be called a hero of the age. Du Shiqing's tone was full of praise for Chu Yang. It was to the point where he spared no effort in praising Chu Yang. Moreover, his tone was sincere. It was obvious that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. If Chu Yang had followed him all the way, there would not have been such an unexpected result. Du Shiqing also had some regrets. Along the way, Du Shiqing mentioned more than once that he wanted to take Chu Yang as his disciple and teach him medicine. In fact, before he arrived here, Du Shiqing said with disappointment, Chu Yang, this old man has a feeling that this trip to Iron Cloud will be the end of me. Du Shiqing, if you cannot accept it, I am afraid that my medical skills will be lost forever. Even though he said this much, Chu Yang still refused. Du Shiqing let out a long sigh. Even though there was no hope for him to take Chu Yang as his disciple, he still passed on his life's work, the immortal medicine, and the tattered 100 Herb Sutra. This 100 Herb Sutra is the origin of my medical skills. In my entire life, I have only seen through it, and this immortal medical art is my life's work. If you can learn it, that would be the best. If not, then help me pass it down. This was Du Shiqing's request to Chu Yang, and these two books were Chu Yang's biggest unexpected gain on this trip. In Du Shiqing's mind, Even though Chu Yang had not agreed to be his disciple, he had already inherited his skills. Naturally, he did not hold back in praising Chu Yang. On the side, Manager Gao snorted. He faintly felt that if Chu Yang wanted to leave, he should not have entered Iron Cloud Citadel. However, he felt sorry for misunderstanding Chu Yang. So, he didn't say anything. In any case, that guy didn't seem to care about fame and fortune at all. Mr. Du is really a benevolent saint. His benevolence has spread to the world. After hearing about this matter, my respect for Mr. Du has increased by another notch. Tai Butian smiled. His eyes flashed as he remembered the name Chu Yang. Right now, Iron Cloud Nation was thirsty for talents. If not for Sir Butian taking over Iron Cloud Nation's military and establishing Butian Pavilion to supplement Iron Cloud Nation's strength, Diwu Qingro would have already led his army north. To Tai Butian, she really couldn't let go of any talent right now. What's more, such a terrifying talent like this one. Tai Butian Shun's expression turned cold. She whispered to a black-clothed man beside her, "Order Wu Kuangyun to come to Iron Cloud Citadel. Tell him that if he can't explain the attack on Divine Dr. Du, his body doesn't need to come. Just send his head." Wu Kuangyun was the commander of Iron Cloud Nation's Iron Blood Cavalry. He was also a fierce general on the border between Iron Cloud Nation and Great Zhao. He was ranked 10th on the continent's list of famous generals. Although he was only at the bottom of the list, it was not something that could be achieved through bravery alone. Tai Butian mentioned Wu Kuangyun at this moment. Obviously, from the timing and style of this matter, she concluded that this matter was definitely done by Wu Kuangyun. The man in blue nodded. He couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, Old Wu, this time you're out of luck. Although what you did was something I wanted to do." Turning around, Tai Butian's smile was already amiable. She said softly, "Senior Du must have been frightened." Du Shiqing repeatedly said that he didn't dare. He didn't know why, but looking at the amiable face of this Senior Butian, Du Shiqing felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the unethical thing he did many years ago was under the watchful eye of the other party. Perhaps this Iron Cloud Citadel was really going to be his burial ground? Du Shiqing stared blankly at the tall city walls not far away. His eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Then he sat back in the carriage. His expression was calm as he headed towards Iron Cloud Citadel. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it was already here. Since he had already done something, there would always be a reward. Everyone had their own thoughts. They unconsciously quickened their pace towards Iron Cloud Citadel. After entering Iron Cloud Citadel, Du Shiqing's carriage went straight to the royal palace. Tai Butian could not wait any longer. Her father's condition was getting worse and worse. She wanted Du Shiqing to immediately cure her father. Even if she had other considerations, she had to put them aside for now. She also knew that being able to invite Du Shiqing this time was most likely due to Diwu Qingro's calculations. Diwu Qing allowing Du Shiqing to come was definitely not with good intentions. It was most likely to let Du Shiqing use his miraculous skills to cure her father's illness so that he could compete with her for power. However, even if Tai Butian knew that this was a trap, she could only gladly jump into it. Because that was her father. Not only the emperor, but also her father. That night, when Tai Butian returned to Butian Pavilion, it was already very late. Two people had been waiting in the main hall for a long time. "Did you find that person?" Tai Butian asked softly. He gently rubbed his forehead with his thin and weak left hand as he asked in a tired manner. "This subordinate is incompetent and could not find this person's whereabouts." One of them bowed and said, "This person entered Iron Cloud Citadel and suddenly disappeared. We could not find him anywhere. Send more people to look for him." Tai Butian rubbed her forehead and sighed. She rubbed her forehead with her hand and added, "Do not disturb the people. In the current Iron Cloud, even the power of the people is extremely important. Don't say anything like that." "Yes," the person replied and then said worriedly, "Your Highness, this subordinate sees that you are really tired these days. Should we find someone to help you relieve your fatigue?" "That is also good. Let Lan Xiang come and relieve my fatigue." Tai Butian did not decline, but her expression showed that she was even more tired. "Yes." The two men in black retreated. Tai Butian frowned and fell into deep thought. Her brows showed that she was very worried. She remembered what Du Shiqing said after seeing her father's illness. Your Highness, the Emperor's illness has been accumulating for many years. Moreover, there is still poison left in his body. After a long time, it has seeped into his bone marrow and is difficult to cure. I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate. Tai Butian heaved a heavy sigh. Seeped into his bone marrow and is difficult to cure. These words made Tai Butian's heart feel as if it was being torn apart. Imperial Father, is there really no hope? The palace maid called Lan Xiang had already come in. Seeing that Tai Butian was deep in thought, she did not dare to disturb her and stood quietly to the side. After a long time, she heard Tai Butian sigh deeply. The corner of her eyes actually flashed with sparkling light. Grandfather, cried. Grandfather Butian, who had always been strong and supported the entire Iron Cloud nation, actually cried? Lan Xiang's heart suddenly ached. Only people like her who were close to Grandfather Butian knew how hard it was for Grandfather Butian. In order to catch up to Diwu Qingro, Grandfather Butian had sacrificed so much. From when he was a child until now, in these 10 years, Grandfather Butian had not slept more than 4 hours a day. The entire nation, the lives of millions of people, all depended on him. Diwu Qingro and Great Zhao Empire, with their powerful national strength and superior intelligence, were like a mountain pressing down on them. If it was anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. But Tai Butian, with the body of a young man, was able to withstand it. Chapter 61. Tai Butian sighed again and said faintly, Lan Xiang, help me rub my temples. It was as if he already knew she was coming. But Lan Xiang knew that he was in a trance and did not notice her. Because Tai Butian would never show his weakness in front of anyone, Tai Butian raised his eyes to look at Lan Xiang. His eyes were clear and bright. He did not even need time to recover. He had already regained the demeanor of the Grand Elder Butian. Lan Xiang agreed and walked over quietly. Grand Elder is tired, too tired. What I need to do is to use all my strength to let him relax for a while. But after a while, Tai Butian suddenly thought of something and sat up. Frowning, he pondered for a while and said, Send someone to see if beyond the heavens sects Bao Kuanglei and Miss Wu Qianqian are asleep. If they are not, ask them to come to my place. Because he suddenly remembered that when Du Shiqing introduced Chu Yang, he seemed to have said, abandoned disciple of beyond the heavens sect. Abandoned disciple, these two words made Tai Butian very puzzled. Such a person, no matter which sect he was in, would be a top character. They would protect him like a treasure and would not even have enough time to cultivate him. How could he be expelled? Beyond the heavens sect master Wu Yunliang, he had met him a few times. He did not seem like such a foolish person. Could it be that there was something hidden? Or was there some conspiracy? Or was there something else? Lan Xiang was startled and obediently replied, Yes. Only then did Tai Butian lie down again. Even when he was lying down, the snow-white cloak on his body was still tightly wrapped around his body, not revealing the slightest bit of his figure. After a while, Bao Kuanglei and Wu Qianqian arrived. After a while, looking at the backs of Bao Kuanglei and Wu Qianqian, Tai Butian lay down thoughtfully. The Chu Yang mentioned by Bao Kuanglei and Wu Qianqian, and the Chu Yang mentioned by Du Shiqing were not the same person. As for the matter of abandoning a disciple, the two of them did not know the inside story. They only knew from the sect's announcement that Chu Yang had killed his own martial brother, which seriously violated the rules of Beyond the Heavens sect. The fact that he was not executed on the spot was already extremely lenient. Tai Butian's brows furrowed slightly. After a long while, he mumbled, This Chu Yang is really interesting. His voice was very low, so low that other than himself, no one else could hear it. MP, MP, MP. Once Chu Yang entered the city gate, he wiped his face and changed his appearance. He walked along the road for a while, turned into an alley, and then turned 2 corners. When he came out again, he had changed his appearance. He was in his 30s, had a fierce face, and was slightly hunchbacked. Step by step, he walked out vividly like a camel. It wasn't that he didn't want Tai Butian's men to find him. Rather, He wanted to accumulate the greatest amount of capital for himself before letting them find him. After all, it was impossible to have a certain status without strength and capital. Therefore, Chu Yang decided to go all the way. In broad daylight, he started to accumulate capital. But his methods were a bit unscrupulous. The reason why Diwu Qingro coveted Iron Cloud Nation was because Iron Cloud Nation had countless mines. Moreover, most of them were refined iron. Therefore, Iron Cloud Nation was so extravagant that even the ordinary soldiers' arrows were made of half-refined iron. One must know that even with the wealth of Great Zhao, only the arrowheads of the soldiers' arrows were made of pure iron. The rest of the arrows were made of bamboo. Furthermore, Iron Cloud Nation is close to the grasslands, located in the north. The people there are tough, and their military strength is strong. If Great Zhao does not eliminate Iron Cloud Nation first, then no matter which direction they go, they will always feel like there is a thorn in their back. Chu Yang came out of the alley and came face to face with a fat man. He had a fat face and big ears. His eyes were somewhat lustful as he looked around. The clothes he wore were not too luxurious, and when he walked, his back was slightly bent. He did not seem to be a powerful person. Moreover, besides looking at young ladies and young wives, he avoided looking at other people. It seemed that he was a timid person. Chu Yang took a step forward. Like a demon, he directly grabbed the man's collar. In the next moment, he was back in the alley and dragged the fat man in like a dead pig. Chu Yang's movements were very fast. Outside, one could only see a shadow flash, and the fat man who was hated by everyone on the street disappeared without a trace. The fat man was caught off guard. He was so scared that all the fat on his body was trembling. He begged for mercy but did not dare to speak loudly. Big master, I have parents and children what this and that. Chu Yang glared fiercely. Let me tell you, your parents are Ma-Tu off from 5 Flower Mountain outside the city. Today, I entered the city to do some business. I found you pleasing to the eye, so I gave you some pointers on how to get rich. 5 Flower Mountain, Ma-Tu. The fat man trembled as he looked at Chu Yang's camouflaged hunchback. He was so scared that he almost fainted. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he said, Big master, king, there is no 5 Flower Mountain outside the city. Fuck. Chu Yang slapped him. You don't care if there is 5 Flower Mountain or not. Let me ask you, do you want to live or die? I want to live. Big master, please spare my life. The fat man answered very quickly. Tell me about the situation in Iron Cloud Citadel. Chu Yang said fiercely, be more detailed. If there is even a little bit missing, I will use all the fat on your body to light a lantern. As he said this, he clasped his hands together, and the sound of his joints cracking could be heard. Combined with his ferocious gaze, it was enough to scare people out of their wits. The situation in Iron Cloud Citadel naturally needed to be clear. The fat man's body went limp, and he fell to the ground like a pile of mud. His face was full of tears and mucus. His pants were dripping wet, and his front and back exploded at the same time. A foul smell wafted out. Half an hour later, Chu Yang covered his nose and quickly walked out of the alley. After walking for a long time, he finally took a deep breath of air. Oh my God, I almost suffocated to death. It was really too smelly. Later, the fat man did not know if it was because he was so frightened that his stomach was not feeling well or something else. He kept farting while trembling as he explained. This made Chu Yang extremely depressed. However, it had to be said that even though this fat man did not have much makeup, he was still quite familiar with Iron Cloud Citadel. From the south to the north, from the east to the west, he gave Chu Yang a very detailed introduction. He even went so far as to which streets and alleys, which families' young ladies were particularly beautiful, which families' young ladies were particularly beautiful, which families' young ladies were particularly coquettish. Everything was described in detail. A certain girl had fair skin, a certain girl had a curvy figure, and a certain girl had a pair of amorous eyes that were easy to seduce. Which family had more money, which family had more power. This was the division between the black and white sides of Iron Cloud Citadel, their respective businesses, the distribution of the mines outside Iron Cloud Citadel, which family could not be offended, which family had to be avoided, and so on and so forth and so on. Chu Yang's head was spinning from listening. In the end, he followed the fat man's instructions and went out to buy a map. Chapter 62. Who says there are no bandits in the city? Motherfucker, this is bullshit. Why would bandits differentiate between the city and the countryside? Look at that Matua. His eyes are obviously green, specifically asking about which family has more money. Fatty wanted to cry but had no tears. That hateful guy. Not only did he scare me half to death, he even took my poor banknotes before leaving, not even leaving behind a few taels of silver. He even glorified it by saying, doing good for the heavens and doing good deeds. Before leaving, he even said, I spent your money to solve your problems. Please don't take it to heart. My heart is kind. Motherfucker, if everyone was as kind as you, then there would be no one left in this world. Brother, I've given you so many ways. You can find whoever you want to do justice for the heavens. Even if you find those pretty girls, I won't show any mercy to them. Just don't come looking for me. I'm really not rich, Fatty prayed as he walked. That afternoon, Chu Yang left the city and went to the mines outside the city. He wanted to buy some steel, but when he arrived, he found out that Wu Yunliang gave him 300,000 taels of silver. It sounded like a lot, but he wanted steel? Sorry, our ironclad nation does not have steel. Chu Yang painfully spent 10,000 taels of silver to buy a large pile of steel at a high price from the workshop. More than half of the 300,000 taels of silver were gone. After only one night, Chu Yang looked at the piece of iron in front of him that was only as thick as his arm and wanted to cry. Without any other choice, he threw in the rest of his money. In the blink of an eye, he went from a rich man with 300,000 strings of silver to a pauper, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Chu Yang frowned. Anger rose in his heart, and hatred grew in his heart. Money, the most important thing is money. One coin can drive a hero to death? To Master Chu, this was a joke. One coin can drive an idiot to death. This is true, but if you want to drive Master Chu to death? Heh 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 heh. Chu Yang's eyes emitted a wolf-like green light. The next night, several wealthy families in Ironclad Citadel were suddenly robbed. The thieves were very clever. In the dark night, they came and went. They really were nocturnal. When they woke up in the morning, a few rich men looked at their empty coffers and fainted one by one. Even if millions of rats entered the granary at the same time, it wouldn't be so clean. If a mouse entered the granary, it would at least leave a pile of debris on the ground. However, the vaults of these rich men were completely empty. When one stepped into the vaults, there would be echoes. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. All the gold was gone, all the silver was gone, and all the treasures were gone. It was so clean that even a mouse would come out with tears in its eyes. Wasn't this thief too ruthless and clean? All the bodyguards didn't hear anything, but there was nothing left. One of them, Li Laokai, had hidden the banknotes under his pillow. When he saw the warehouse, he felt somewhat comforted despite the pain in his heart. He thought that he would be able to keep some money for himself. Who would have thought that when he went back to check the banknotes, he would be knocked unconscious on the spot? When he woke up, hundreds of thousands of taels of banknotes had disappeared without a trace. He could only vaguely make out a hunchback. In each of these rich men's warehouses, there was a line of writing left behind, showing the honesty of this great thief. On it was written, I will not change my name. I will not change my surname. I will rob the rich to give to the poor. There was a heroic aura of one man taking responsibility for what he had done. The next morning, outside of Ironclad Citadel's government office, the grievance redressing drum was beaten loudly. Moreover, it was continuous. Dozens of fat old men had tears on their faces. They were on the verge of collapse as they crazily beat the drum. Later, the entire square in front of the government office was filled with cries. The cries were mournful, like the cries of apes deep in the mountains, causing people to cry. However, in Ironclad Citadel, from the top to the bottom, everyone looked on with cold eyes. There were even some who gloated and set off firecrackers. The officials did their routine registration and let these old men go back to wait for the news. The main reason was that these people were not good people. Normally, their eyes grew on top of their heads, they were arrogant, and they bullied men and women. Even when Butian was collecting money to build an army at the beginning of the year, these cheapskates did not even give a single cent. They said that they had no more food at home and were about to starve. They were about to starve, yet they lost hundreds of thousands of taels of silver and tens of thousands of taels of gold. You guys are too talented. You only lost this much money? You deserve it. Damn it. Why didn't you steal all your money along with it? You actually expected us old men to recover your losses. Even if we recovered, we would have said that we did not recover it. It would have been better if we just used it as military expenses for the army. However, the news about the arrest of 5 Flower Mountain Horse Camel was immediately spread out like wildfire. No matter what, this evil and greedy thief had to be arrested and brought to justice. In one night, he robbed 50 rich families. How many accomplices did he have? If he was left alone, it would cause endless trouble. Thus, all the law enforcers in Ironcloud Citadel became busy. In just a few days, they did not catch Horse Camel, but they caught thieves and pickpockets one after another. Outside the yamen, in a corner far away, a fat man dressed in luxurious clothes trembled as he looked at the wailing money bags. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his lips trembled, and his face turned pale. It was as if he had sat on a hard bench for half a day. There was not a trace of blood on his face. Heavens! This was really done by Horse Camel. I can swear. Because these people he stole were all the people I told him about. Not a single one was left out. Oh my God! This thief is really fierce. Luckily, this old man was caught early. If it was someone else who was caught, I would be one of the unlucky ones right now. To tell the truth, the reason why Chu Yang was so accurate was all because of these cheapskates. This fat man's contribution could not go unnoticed. Because this guy was a bit shameless and despicable, of course, his friends were all jackals of the same tribe. At that time, under Chu Yang's threat, in order to save their lives, who cared about friends? Of course, there were also some people who were doing honest business and were passionate about public welfare. These people were very rich. However, this fatty did not get along with these people. They did not like him and were not familiar with him. In a moment of panic, the people he blurted out were naturally the people he was most familiar with. Hearing the crying, the fatty sneakily covered his ears. He turned around, twisted his fat butt, and rolled all the way home. Motherfucker, these old people are basically the top rich people in the world. Ha ha ha. Who told them to look down on me for being poor? Now, humph. Which one of you can compare to this old rich man? Thank you, Horse Camel. 3 days later, Chu Yang, with a head that looked like a chicken's nest, opened his shop on a busy street 2 streets away from the Imperial Palace. This was a 3-story building. Just yesterday, it was still a tea house. Today, it suddenly changed owners. 3 teams in charge of moving and building were busy for an entire day and night. Although the original owner of the tea house was puzzled, he did not ask anything for the sake of the glistening gold. He directly moved away. What a joke! The total value of his tea house, including the staff and equipment, was only 50 taels of gold. The other party was rich enough to throw out 200 taels of gold. Moreover, he did not want anything inside. He could just find another place and reopen with the same staff. He would be a fool not to accept. Therefore, this place was named Chu. It was now under the jurisdiction of the rich and powerful Big Boss Chu. Chapter 63. On the signboard facing the main street, the words Heavenly Armament Pavilion were written in golden lacquer. Half of the street was illuminated in a golden color. It was dazzling. The couplets on the left and right were also made of silver and painted in gold. The entire facade was filled with the appearance of a nouveau riche. As soon as people came here, they would immediately smell the stench of copper in the air. First couplet. Cutting iron like mud is not a dream. Let me open your eyes. Second couplet. Divine weapons are always here. If you want to come quickly. Horizontal scrawl. No patience to wait. Next to the door was a sign. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Open for money. Do not enter if you do not have enough money. 10,000 taels of silver was the starting price. 1,000,000 taels of gold was not considered rich. Take out treasures, and you will be satisfied as soon as you enter. Not only was it a nouveau riche, but it also did not look like much. From the signboard to the couplet, it was all very tacky. Even those few words were crooked and full of evil. It was like a mouse's tail was dipped in ink, and then a bowl of wine was poured into the mouse's mouth. After the mouse was drunk, it dragged its tail and drew it. Then Big Boss Chu sat upright and waited for the fat sheep to come. This was called Jiang Taigong fishing, the willing bite. Of course, Chu Yang didn't know about this story, but there was a handsome and talented girl named Feng Ling who knew about it. It had to be said that after several days and nights, Chu Yang was tired, but he was also very excited. The taste of reaping without sowing was too wonderful. Damn, no wonder so many people wanted to be thieves. With a stretch of his hand, he had gold and silver. It was too satisfying. Robbing the rich to help the poor. Yes, it made sense. At that time, they were so rich and so poor that they wanted to die. Robbing a little was not considered helping the poor, right? When this heavenly armament pavilion opened, it made everyone's eyes bulge. Too arrogant, too outrageous. In all the previous dynasties, no one had ever seen anyone do business like this. This was not doing business, it was simply offending people. Moreover, it first insulted itself and then offended others. In an instant, this heavenly armament pavilion became the biggest joke since the founding of Iron Cloud Nation. It quickly became famous. Quick, go and take a look. There's a crazy guy who's opening a shop on the street. Whoosh! A large group of people quickly gathered outside the heavenly weapon pavilion to watch the excitement. It was a cloudy day. Since everyone had nothing to do, it was not a bad idea to take a look at this idiot. However, everyone was a little puzzled. Why couldn't this fool show off? Why did he have to come to Iron Cloud Citadel's busiest street to embarrass himself? Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? But if he was really an idiot, where did he get so much money to open a shop here? Big Boss Chu crossed his legs. There was no divine weapon on the counter in front of him, only a cup of tea. Hot steam and the aroma of tea rose from the teacup, and Big Boss Chu's head was also touched by the aroma of the tea. He was really sleepy. On the left wall near the inner door hung a sword, a saber, a short sword, and a short saber. It seemed like these four items were what gave him the confidence to open his business. They were also the divine weapons that he was prepared to sell. Outside the door, everyone was guessing, sighing, and laughing. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear. The people he wanted to sell to were not these people. Plus, Chu Yang's memories from his previous life clearly told him that Iron Cloud Nation did not care about anything else, but the two words, heavenly weapon, would definitely touch the sensitive nerves of Iron Cloud Nation's upper echelons. Get out of the way, get out of the way. A good dog does not block the way. I'm talking about you. What are you going to do? Unreasonable shouts came from afar. A few big black men with open collars were walking over like crabs from the east, west, north, and south. Wherever they went, people would avoid them as if they had seen a god of plague. What heavenly weapon pavilion? What the fuck? A big man with a big mole on his face and a thick tuft of long black hair looked at the plaque of Heavenly Weapon Pavilion. His nose pointed to the sky and suddenly became angry. Motherfucker, are you crazy? Don't come in if you don't have enough money? Old money, but I want to go in. What about it? Big brother. The underling next to him who was looking left and right shouted in surprise. This is all silver, pure silver. This guy pointed at the plaque and jumped up and down. He looked like the wind. Silver? The big man pinched the plaque in confusion. Suddenly, his voice changed. Fuck, it's really silver. Looking up at the plaque, his gaze suddenly changed. It became greedy and vicious. Who was the boss inside? Come out, come out. The big man's voice was almost hoarse. He swallowed his saliva up and down the street. Fuck, I don't want anything. I just want to scare them and move the plaque back. That's enough. You want to buy something? Chu Yang crossed his arms and slowly walked out. There was no other way. In the entire Heavenly Weapon Pavilion, he was the only one. The boss and the workers were all taken care of by him. When he came out, Big Boss Chu's nose became crooked. He was always ready to catch a big fish. In the end, before the big fish came, he attracted a group of hooligans. This was too unlucky. This shop is yours? The big man's nose pointed to the sky. What? Chu Yang was in a bad mood. His tone was naturally not good. What? Fuck, you have a temper? It seems that you don't know who is standing in front of you. The big black man stretched out his hand and was about to grab the collar of this hateful little guy and beat him up. Fuck off, Chu Yang shouted in a low voice. He opened his eyes wide and shook his arms. Then, a burst of visible black smoke emitted from his body with a bang sound. It dispersed into an overwhelming and surging evil aura. It carried an ice-cold chill as it rushed over with a bang. This big man was only a street hooligan. He was not even a martial disciple. He only relied on his 2 arms to play the role of a hooligan. How could he resist the soul intimidation of a revered martial artist? As soon as the big man finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill. Then, he was hit in the face by the evil energy. His entire body and soul were frightened. His eyes rolled back. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless nightmare. Countless evil spirits were coming from all directions. They were bleeding from all 7 orifices. Letting out a scream that did not sound like a human's, the big man staggered back. Suddenly, he held his head with both hands and rolled back and forth on the ground. He screamed like a madman. "Spare me! No, I didn't kill him. Spare me! Spare me!" He suddenly jumped up and turned around to escape. However, he fell down as soon as he took a step. Blood flowed out. He was paralyzed on the ground. He could not stand up. However, he was still desperately crawling forward. As he crawled forward, his pants gradually became wet. Only the heart-wrenching voice of begging for mercy echoed in the air for a long time. The 2 little brothers following him did not know what had happened. However, when they saw their boss turn from normal to terrifying in the blink of an eye, they felt a chill run down their spine. They could not help but shout. One to the left, the other to the right. They scattered like birds and beasts. Chu Yang looked at the 3 people running away with a perplexed expression. He scratched his head as if he did not know what had happened. After thinking for a while, he said, "Oh, yes. The heavenly weapons all have a murderous aura. It seems that these people have bad intentions. They offended the heavenly weapons. The heavenly weapons have a spirit and are punishing them." Hearing him say this, the onlookers immediately understood what was going on. They could not help but feel fear on their faces. They took a step back and felt a chill run down their spines. Chu Yang laughed and said, "Everyone, who else wants to come in and take a look? Please, please, don't be polite." With a boom, the onlookers dispersed. Chu Yang smiled mischievously and turned around to go back. Heavenly Armament Pavilion is really amazing. The heavenly weapons there actually have a spirit. If someone has bad intentions, they will directly send down heavenly punishment. This rumor spread faster than the previous one. After all, many people had seen it with their own eyes. When this spread out, it would be even more sensational. The person who said this spoke in a low voice. He was very careful. The people who heard this felt a chill run down their spines. Who dared not to believe it? Didn't you see that tuft of hair in the East Street was scared out of his wits? What? Tuft of hair did not know. It was that ruffian who collected protection money. Chapter 64. That night, Chu Yang was still somewhat puzzled. On the first day of business, Heavenly Armament Pavilion's arrogance had already attracted a lot of onlookers. Many of them were martial artists. There were also a lot of people with gorgeous clothes and arrogant expressions. They were probably people from big clans in the capital. Why were these people able to resist their curiosity and not come in to take a look? It must be known that having a divine weapon in hand could increase one's battle prowess by at least 1 level. No matter if it was in Jianghu or on the battlefield, it was a treasure that could save one's life. Having a divine weapon that far exceeded the quality of an ordinary divine weapon was equivalent to having an extra life. Was this not enough of an attraction? No matter if it was a martial artist or a martial artist, this attraction should be enough, right? Chu Yang was puzzled. What was going on? As far as I know, once people in Iron Cloud Nation heard about this, they should have flocked over regardless of their chastity. But why was it so strange that no one was interested? Did I remember wrongly? On the second day, there were still onlookers. But it was even more deserted than the first day. There was not even a single person coming in. On the first day, there was at least a local ruffian causing trouble. On the third day, there were even fewer onlookers. Chu Yang could not help but feel depressed. Buying or not buying was one thing, but at least a few people would come in to take a look. There were millions of people in the capital, but they were not curious. What was going on? On the third night, there was finally some movement. Chu Yang was looking at the book that Du Shiqing gave him, Immortal Medicine. Opening the title page, there was a preface. In this world, who cannot die? There is none. Therefore, doctors can only cure immortal diseases. But what is an immortal disease? Yukai believes that all injuries and illnesses caused by external forces or by people outside of the body are considered to be undying illnesses. An immortal disease is the mandate of heaven. Chu Yang's spirit was lifted as he read. The meaning of these words was very clear. As long as the person was not too old to the point of dying, any disease could be cured. Of course, this was only in theory. But even if it was only in theory, the tone was extremely arrogant. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Chu Yang was reading with great interest. Hearing this, he impatiently asked, "Who is it? I heard that there are divine weapons for sale here, so I'm here to pay you a visit." A tired voice came from outside. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Although this voice sounded tired, there was a kind of arrogance in it. It was as if it didn't put anyone in its eyes. Only someone who had been in a high position for a long time would have such a tone. Moreover, this voice was very young. He closed the book and opened the door, only to see a young man in brocade clothes standing in front of him. His face was calm and tired, but between his brows, there seemed to be a light worry that could not be resolved. Looking at Chu Yang opening the door, he didn't have any strange expression. Although he was dressed extravagantly, the hem of his clothes was covered in dust, as if he had not rested after a long journey. How could such a person with such an arrogant tone end up in such a sorry state? The moment Chu Yang opened the door, the young man's stomach suddenly growled. It seemed that he was extremely hungry, but there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. When the lamp was lit, it was as small as a bean. "Please have a seat." Chu Yang could tell from the aura and demeanor of this person that this young man in front of him was certainly not an ordinary person. He was definitely the younger brother of a big family. This was because the aura of someone in a high position was not something that an ordinary official's family would have. Although it was easy for rich families to produce hedonistic sons, it was also the easiest place to produce talents. This was because they were much higher than ordinary heroes. Chu Yang was a little suspicious. How could such a treasure of a big family come out in the middle of the night without any guards? Moreover, why was he in such a sorry state? The young man smiled and looked around the store. Then, he walked in and sat down across from Chu Yang. He smiled and said, "Brother, what is your name? Do you want to buy a weapon? Or are you here to visit a friend?" Chu Yang smiled and asked, "Good." The young man looked at him for a while before lightly praising him. As he spoke, he took the sword from his waist and placed it on the table. He looked at it with pity for a while before slowly pushing it in front of Chu Yang. "Brother, since you specialize in divine weapons, why don't you take a look at my sword?" Chu Yang was speechless. He was here to sell weapons. He had not opened for 3 days and did not have a single customer. Now that someone had come in the middle of the night, it seemed like he was also here to sell weapons. Was he in the same industry? His luck was really unlucky to the extreme. But thinking about it, he still reached out and took the sword. Since he had nothing to do, he had nothing to do. When the sword entered his hand, it was heavy. Chu Yang could not help but relax his brows and praise, "Good sword." "Brother, you have not opened it yet. How do you know it is a good sword?" The young man in brocade looked at him with a smile. Although his clothes were in a sorry state, his words and actions were calm. This showed that his upbringing was not bad. Normal long swords are 3 feet long. 3 feet 3 with the scabbard. Your sword is 3 feet 5 with the scabbard. Chu Yang looked at the sword and said, "Swords are the kings of weapons." The phrase "an inch longer is an inch stronger" refers to swords and not other weapons. Everyone thinks that this phrase is applicable to any weapon, but it is a misunderstanding. Because swords are soft-killing weapons. If it is long, it is not strong. If it is not strong, it is brittle. If it is brittle, it is easy to break. Thus, short swords are easy to make, but long swords are difficult. Like your sword, with such a long piece, it increases the difficulty of making a sword. But from the scabbard and the hilt, it is simple and old, with a faint blood energy. It is enough to show that it has been through many years and has experienced many killings. But it is still the same. It is undoubtedly a good sword. Well said. The young man laughed, his laughter full of praise. He said, "Brother, you really are someone who understands swords." Also, the weight of an ordinary sword is around 5 kilograms. The ideal weight of a sword is around 7 kilograms. Chu Yang lightly said, "It's hard to say if it's mixed with other specific metals. Your sword, including the scabbard, is already more than 15 kilograms." Chu Yang said, "The sword is heavy, but the shape is unchanged. It is definitely a good sword." The praise in the young man's eyes became even stronger. Chu Yang flipped his wrist. With a clang, like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, the long sword came out of the scabbard. Instantly, a cold light shone out. Like a pea light shining on the sword, it flashed with thousands of lights, illuminating the entire room. "Good sword," Chu Yang exclaimed as he carefully examined it. The more he looked, the more he praised. The sword was like autumn water. Even if it was still, it seemed to be constantly trembling. Looking at a beauty under the lamp is a great joy in life. But only people who love swords know that looking at a famous sword under the lamp is the greatest blessing. The young man sighed and said, "Swords have a spirit, a heart. Looking at a sword is looking at killing, looking at Jianghu, looking at a famous sword in autumn water, the roar of a dragon or a tiger. There are iron horses and ice rivers in Jianghu." "That's right." Chu Yang sighed and said, "Looking at a sword is looking at Jianghu." He raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him. He said, "But you and I have never met before. You did not come here to let me look at this sword and feel Jianghu." As he said this, the sword light flashed. Chu Yang did not even look at it. The long sword had already returned to the scabbard with a clang, as if the sword had its own eyes. "You are indeed an expert in using swords." The young man smiled. "But I naturally did not come here just to let you look at the sword. I just want to find a person who loves swords." His eyes flashed with a look of pain. He said, "Ever since I came out, I did not have a single cent on me. I have traveled 8,000 miles to come here. But all the things that I had before have been sold. Only this sword is left." He looked at Chu Yang with a burning gaze. "Brother, I only need 100 taels of gold. I will pawn this sword with you. After a period of time, I will come back to take it. At that time, I will return you 10,000 taels of gold. Take this sword." Chu Yang was silent. He was a little suspicious. Chapter 65. In this world, there are countless professional pawn shops. I'm just one of them. This shop is only for my own purpose. It's to attract attention and increase my status. As long as my purpose is achieved, I'll close it down. Since opening, I haven't done any business. But someone is rushing to pawn my shop in the middle of the night? Moreover, it's such a good sword. There was something strange about this matter. It's too unusual. Is there something fishy about this? Late at night, in the imperial residence, the tall and sturdy Wu Kuangyun left in a sorry state. He came to Taibu Tian's place. Before he could even say a word, Taibu Tian stopped him. "No need to explain. I know it's you." Then he was left hanging here. He was left hanging for the entire afternoon and night. This great general who had made outstanding achievements in Iron Cloud Nation, who was mighty and powerful in front of the two armies, and who was invincible in the hearts of his subordinates, was constantly wiping his cold sweat for the entire afternoon and night. Taibutian had been giving out official replies and making arrangements nonstop. Batches of people came in and batches of people left. Everyone was in a hurry. Only Wu Kuangyun stood motionless in the hall like a wooden stake. He had lost a lot of face this time. Wu Kuangyun looked at the curious, surprised, and mocking gazes in everyone's eyes. He was so ashamed that he almost wanted to find a hole to hide in, especially the few guys he knew and was very familiar with. They looked at him as if he was a monkey. Wu Kuangyun looked at Taibu Tian countless times with begging eyes. Little ancestor, even if you cut off my head, don't let me poke it here. However, Taibu Tian didn't even look at him. She didn't even look at him. She didn't even talk to him. Since Taibu Tian didn't speak, he naturally didn't dare to speak. The power of this young crown prince was secondary. The key was the reputation he had accumulated over the years. Wu Kuangyun was extremely respectful of him. It was because of this respect that he was afraid. If it were someone else, this notoriously bad-tempered general would have already slammed the table and cursed. However, in front of Taibu Tian, he had to think twice even if he wanted to breathe loudly. Taibu Tian's last words saved him from his predicament. He looked at the official on the table in front of him and said without raising his head, "Go find the military law office and receive 100 canes. Everyone involved in this matter will be punished in the same way." Taibu Tian looked at Duke on the table in front of her. Without even raising her head, she said, "I believe that you won't play any tricks." Scram. Taibu Tian didn't get angry. Her voice was very calm. However, this calm voice made Wu Kuangyun's heart tremble, because this meant that Taibu Tian was really angry. If it was not for the crisis of Iron Cloud Nation, perhaps his head would already be hanging from the flagpole. Sigh, if it weren't for the crisis, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Wu Kuangyun felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard Taibu Tian's punishment. He expressed his thanks again and again. Then, he turned around and left the imperial residence like a rabbit being chased by a hound. Then, he let out a long sigh of relief and sat down on the ground with a plop. Then, he opened his mouth and sighed. My dear mother has finally come out. This feeling is worse than being beaten up. As for playing any tricks, Wu Kuangyun didn't even think about it. Although 100 canes were a lot, he could still bear it. However, if he played any tricks, it wouldn't be a matter of 100 canes the next time. There were many examples of this kind of thing. Wu Kuangyun absolutely wouldn't dare to go against the imperial residence's orders. Imperial residence, we have found that person. Oh, where is he? Taibu Tian was looking at the mountainous pile of memorials on the table. Her right hand was holding a brush made from weasel hair. Shwa shwa shwa, she replied to several memorials without thinking. Although his speed was fast, he was able to see every single one of them clearly. Moreover, he had also gone through careful consideration in his heart. Every reply hit the nail on the head and went straight to the heart of the matter. This kind of insight was admirable. This morning, there was a rumor in the streets of Iron Cloud Imperial City that someone was scared to death. When we heard the news, we went to take a look. Unexpectedly, the person you were looking for is the shopkeeper of a shop. That person's expression was somewhat strange. It seemed that he couldn't help but laugh. Shop? Shopkeeper? Taibu Tian finally couldn't help but tremble. Her brush smeared a smudge on the memorial in front of her. This was really unexpected. How could such a wolf-like person be a shopkeeper of a shop in Ironcloud Citadel? However, he opened Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The black-clothed Imperial Guard described Heavenly Armament Pavilion and said, "It seems to be selling divine weapons." However, the arrogance in his tone is unprecedented. Divine weapons? Very arrogant? Taibu Tian gently put down the brush in her hand. Her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. After a long time, she thoughtfully said, "Tomorrow, I will go take a look." Also, rumor has it that the crazy person offended a divine weapon and was punished by the heavens. However, according to my investigation, that person was frightened by Chu Yang's aura. His soul left his body, causing him to go crazy. Oh. Taibu Tian's eyes flashed. She asked, what kind of cultivation level would be needed to scare someone to the point of going crazy? This is hard to say. The green-clothed man hesitated for a moment and said, generally, if it is a martial artist below revered level, even ordinary people would not be scared to the point of going crazy. This is because aura is after all an intangible thing. Moreover, the aura of a martial artist can only be keenly grasped by a martial artist of the same level. However, there are always accidents. What accidents? If the person emitting the aura is the kind of person who has killed countless people and has a blood debt, or a general who has killed countless people all year round. Once he releases his aura, that kind of murderous aura would probably scare people to death on the spot without any accidents. However, this Chu Yang is so young. This seems a bit ridiculous. The green-clothed man furrowed his brows in distress. He also felt that his words were too inconceivable for that teenager. At such a young age, how could he have killed so many people? Oh, Tai Butian let out a long oh. We wanted to go in and take a look, but we were stopped by people from the military. They secretly sealed off Heavenly Armament Pavilion and did not allow anyone to enter. People from the military? Tai Butian suddenly smiled. Are they from Imperial Uncle Longcheng? Yes. Looks like Imperial Uncle is going to make a move. Tai Butian smiled in a relaxed manner. I didn't expect that a mere Heavenly Armament Pavilion would make Royal Uncle Longcheng, who has been living in seclusion these past few years, and whom even I rarely see, appear. This Chu Yang is really my lucky star. Also, we suddenly lost contact with 3 of the 7 branches of Butian Pavilion in Great Zhao. I am afraid Diwu Qingro has made a move. Tai Butian furrowed his brows and thought for a long time before slowly saying, It cannot be Diwu Qingro. Diwu Qingro is not that impatient. He did not say why it was not Diwu Qingro. It seemed to be a conclusion that could not be refuted. Is there any other news? The southeast of Great Zhao has begun to mobilize troops. 3 big legions are moving closer to Ghost Cry Valley. However, this seems to be directed at Limitless Nation and has nothing to do with Iron Cloud. Iron Cloud was located in the north of Great Zhao. The southeast of Great Zhao was thousands of miles away. However, when the green-clothed man said this, Tai Butian's face suddenly became serious. He muttered, Southeast? His eyes suddenly shone with a sharp light. He muttered again, Southeast? 3 big legions? Chapter 66. Yes, Southeast. The man in blue was a little surprised by this response. How could the mobilization of troops thousands of miles away affect Iron Cloud? Tomorrow afternoon, have all the generals and military officials come here. Tai Butian frowned and said seriously, Great Zhao's mobilization this time is definitely unusual. Order Butian Intelligence Pavilion to quickly gather information. Once there is news, immediately send Iron Blood Express. Yes, send the news to Prince Tai Longcheng. Tai Butian added, since he came out, he should know. Even if he doesn't come out, he still needs to let me know that he knows. This sentence was like a tongue twister. As she said this, Tai Butian also smiled. Yes, the man in blue's eyes flashed. Tai Longcheng was Tai Butian's uncle, the first prince of Iron Cloud. But he was not only a prince who lived like a prince, he was also a general. A famous general. On the list of famous generals of the continent, he was number 1. He was invincible and undefeatable. The entire border of Iron Cloud was managed by him like an iron plate. For Iron Cloud to be able to hold on for so long, besides Tai Butian's resourcefulness, there was also Tai Longcheng's power. The 2 of them, one internal and one external, one martial, were the best weapons to intimidate Diwu Qingro. After the arrangements were made, Tai Butian waved her hand gently and said, You can leave first. You have worked hard. Yes, I will take my leave. The man in blue quietly left. Southeast. Diwu Qingro, are you going to start? Tai Butian took a deep breath. Only then did she pull back her thoughts. Right now, there were still things to take care of. Especially Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Tai Butian uttered these 3 words word by word. Her heart was burning with passion. With that person's ability, if he said these words, it must be true. What Tai Butian lacked now was a divine weapon. This kind of weapon might not be very useful to ordinary soldiers, but Butian Pavilion, which Tai Butian established herself, urgently needed this kind of divine weapon. Because there was a considerable number of suicide soldiers. There was also a number of assassins secretly trained by the Iron Cloud royal family for many years. When carrying out an assassination, if one had a divine weapon in hand, the chances of success would increase by several times. Even if it was only a 10% increase, It was still worth it for Tai Butian to buy it at a high price. However, there had never been such a channel. Iron Cloud Nation has many mines, but high-level weapons have always been Iron Cloud Nation's weakness. Besides, this kind of divine weapon only existed in legends, and no one had ever seen it before. Now, someone had actually opened the Heavenly Armament Pavilion here? Tai Butian decided that regardless of whether this news was true or false, she would go and take a look tomorrow. An assassin was a death warrior. For a long time, people had thought of assassins and killers as the same thing. But this was a big mistake. Assassins and killers all had the goal of killing their enemies. However, the process was different. Once an assassin made a move, there would only be one outcome: death. Either the assassin would die, or the target would die, or both sides would perish together. He had to pay with his own life before he could talk about killing the target. Regardless of whether the target died or not, the assassin was doomed. Therefore, there were often assassins who entered the enemy's heavily guarded areas to assassinate. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, once they made a move, they would die first. Therefore, assassins were usually called death warriors. But assassins were different. Assassins were particular about fleeing far away after failing a strike, then slowly looking for an opportunity to strike. They were particular about protecting themselves first, then killing the enemy. There was a fundamental difference between these two. Therefore, even if there was a ranking in the world, there would only be the number one assassin, and not the number one assassin, because assassins could not be ranked. If a person decided to be an assassin, then he would be a living dead person. This is limited to personal understanding in this book setting. Do not criticize. You might find it very strange. That young man's fingers gently stroked the blade of the sword. His eyes were full of passion and reluctance. He slowly said, "Black Dragon is a good sword. Anyone who owns it should take good care of it. I had visited a few pawn shops, but those people were all greedy. Pawning my sword to them will only be an insult to my Black Dragon." "Forgive me for being blunt," Chu Yang said casually. "Since you can own such a sword, your skills should not be weak. Whether it's robbing or sneaking through walls, the so-called gold and silver to you is just a piece of cake. Why do you have to pawn your beloved sword? What are you talking about?" The young man looked as if he had been greatly insulted. He stood up and said angrily, "How can I, Gu Duxing, do such things?" Gu Duxing. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened. So it's him. The memories of his previous life suddenly appeared in Chu Yang's mind. Gu Duxing, the successor of the Gu clan. He is one of the most outstanding talents of the younger generation. Rumor has it that he was nicknamed Sword Fanatic since he was young. He is obsessed with swords since he was born. He became a sword disciple at the age of 3, a swordsman at the age of 7, and a sword master at the age of 13 or 14. At the age of 18, he became a sword great master. At the age of 21, he became a sword revered. At the age of 33, he was already a grade sword king. He became the youngest person to become a sword emperor since ancient times. This kind of promotion speed was simply an unimaginable legend. Gu Duxing. He had practically created a myth and legend of the three heavens. Such an achievement, in the entire three heavens, only the evil Duke Ao Xieyun could compare to him. Gu Duxing, Ao Xieyun. They were the idols of all the youths in the three heavens. Even in his previous life, Gu Duxing was also a person that Chu Yang, the poisonous sword revered martial artist, looked up to. Chu Yang was determined to reach the peak, and a large part of it was because of these few geniuses. But Chu Yang would never have thought that the soaring dragon sword king from his previous life had fallen to such a state. He actually wanted to pawn his famous treasured sword here. How did he say this? No wonder when he heard the name of this black dragon sword. It sounded so familiar. So it was him. It was actually him. That year, there were 12 influential people in the three heavens. Black Devil, Dark Bamboo, Lone Guest, Poison Spirit, Heavenly Secrets, Li Xiong Tu, Black Saber Qian Hao, Evil Duke, Meng Luo, Qiong Hua, and Tian Bu. 12 people ran rampant in the three heavens, turning the entire three heavens into a giant rag. Every one of them was a rare expert, a top talent. Their lone guest, was this young master Gu Duxing in front of him? Chu Yang glanced at this legend of a generation who would run rampant in the three heavens in the future. His heart was lively as he calculated. Looking at him, he was only around 20 years old. In other words, he had not become a sword-revered martial artist yet, but he was definitely a sword great master, and a high-level sword great master. This was a meat pie that fell from the heavens. Damn, a high-level fighter sent to me by the heavens. It's rare that he's still so poor. Of course, what's even rarer is that I'm still so rich now. I've never been so rich, but Chu Yang was also somewhat puzzled. A dignified sword great master, for what reason did he fall to such a state? A sword great master, pawning his own sword? What the fuck is this? But from this, it could be seen that this Gu Duxing really looked the same as the legends from his previous life. Upright, firm, straightforward and upright. Gu Duxing, in his entire life, acted arbitrarily and ran rampant in the world. But there was one great advantage to this. All the expenses he needed were earned legitimately. There was absolutely no wealth of unknown origin. Chapter 67. A master swordsman could be forced to this point by worldly gold and silver and still not steal or rob. Although Chu Yang despised him a little and disagreed with this approach, he had to admire this guy's persistence. Gu Duxing, right? Chu Yang smiled and put on an unfathomable look. He pointed at the 4 weapons hanging on the wall. Take a look first. How do my weapons compare to yours? As he spoke, Chu Yang stood up. He took down a sword and a machete from the wall. He placed them in front of Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing was stunned, and a disdainful look appeared on his face. He squinted and said, "Your weapons look new from the outside and have not been used. They are obviously freshly made. The scabbard is shiny. Although there are some cloud patterns lingering on it, it looks like ordinary steel. It's not worth much." This guy is really direct. This kind of weapon is just a common item. It's okay to kill chickens. At best, it's only good to deceive people who don't know the trade. As Gu Duxing spoke, he reached out to take the scabbard sword. He was indeed a master swordsman. He didn't even look at the saber. As soon as the sword was in his hand, Gu Duxing suddenly let out a sound of surprise. The disdainful look on his face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a strong sense of suspicion. This sword is a little strange, Gu Duxing muttered, but his heart was shocked. This sword was actually heavier than his own. Chu Yang chuckled. He then stood up and walked into the inner room. Looks like this guy is hungry. I'd better prepare some food for him. Chu Yang was 100% assured that his weapons would be with Gu Duxing. This guy almost starved to death but still didn't steal. He would rather pawn his beloved sword. If he didn't believe him, then there was really no one else to believe. Even if Diwu Qingro stole his sword and escaped, Chu Yang wouldn't be surprised. But if Gu Duxing stole his sword and escaped, wouldn't that be too funny? After a long while, Chu Yang brought the food out. He saw that Gu Duxing was still sitting at the table with his eyes wide open. He maintained a look of extreme shock. This guy was obviously very hungry, but unexpectedly, he was indifferent to the food that Chu Yang brought out. He only looked at the sword in his hand and muttered to himself, "How is this possible? How is this possible? How can a sword that has not been nourished by human blood be so sharp? What's impossible?" Chu Yang held an iron bar as thick as an arm in his hand. Grabbing the sword in Gu Duxing's hand, he sliced the iron bar as if he was peeling an apple. With a slight sound, a thin piece of the iron bar was shaved off. Gu Duxing's eyes were wide open. He could see that Chu Yang was definitely not channeling his martial energy. It was just the sharpness of the sword itself. Whoosh! Another wave. Whoosh whoosh. Half of the arm-thick iron bar had been shaved off. On the ground, there was a piece of shaving-like patch, black and shiny. Gu Duxing felt like he was about to collapse. Due to the conflict between him and his family, as well as other reasons, he snuck out. But at that time, he was in a hurry and forgot to bring money. Along the way, he had pawned most of his belongings. Besides, he was a man, not a woman. Why would he wear any accessories? It was just a jade pendant and a few golden beads that were used as hidden weapons. But after entering the pawn shop again and again, Gu Duxing was thoroughly annoyed by those people. When his jade pendant and golden beads entered, they actually became tattered jade pendant, tattered golden beads. Is there even a broken version of this thing? So even though Gu Duxing had been hungry for 2 days this time, he was determined not to go to the pawn shop. What kind of honorable sword was his black dragon? If those birdmen called it a tattered sword again, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist drawing his sword and killing people. So he came all the way here. After hearing the legend of this heavenly armament pavilion that scared people crazy, he tried to find this place. When he saw the 3 words, Heavenly Armament Pavilion, he suddenly felt very comfortable. Heavenly Armament Pavilion? Wasn't his black dragon a heavenly armament? Other than the 2 words, Heavenly Armament, there was really no other word that could match his black dragon. Even the description of a heavenly armament was not enough. The black dragon had spirituality. So Gu Duxing came in. He had already made up his mind. As long as the other party accepted, he must gather money in the shortest time possible and redeem the black dragon with the fastest speed possible. Of course, there was a prerequisite. That was that the owner of Heavenly Armament Pavilion had to treasure the black dragon so that he could be at ease. How could he have known that the place he casually walked in had such a treasured sword? The legendary sword that could cut iron like mud. Did he really see it? Secretly pinching his own thigh, Gu Duxing was finally sure that he was not dreaming. The next moment, Gu Duxing suddenly became furious. He was mad with anger. You sold such a sword to these vulgar people? Gu Duxing fiercely jumped up. His eyes were like copper bells as he stared fiercely at Chu Yang. The rumbling in his stomach became louder and louder. His mouth was also roaring, stamping with rage. Huh. Chu Yang blinked his eyes. This is blasphemy. A crime. An insult to these heavenly swords. Gu Duxing roared. He directly went crazy. Seeing that the other party still had such an indifferent expression, he could not help but be so angry that his heart was about to explode. Such a heavenly sword. If it was not a peerless swordsman, it would not be able to own it. It was not worthy to own it. Wasn't it said that a treasured sword was matched with a famous person, and a pearl was given to a beauty? How could ordinary people own such heavenly weapons? Heavenly weapons were well-deserved. I won't allow it. Gu Duxing jumped up. His eyes were fierce. Absolutely not. Chu Yang was stunned. Looking at this brother whose stomach was rumbling so loudly that he was about to starve to death, jumping up and down in his shop with such an agitated look, he actually did not allow him to sell his own things. What the heck? This was too ridiculous, wasn't it? Brother, this shop seems to be mine. Chu Yang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Duxing was stunned. Then, he said decisively and domineeringly, what do you mean mine? Not even yours. Chu Yang was speechless. This guy, no wonder his cultivation progress was so fast. It seemed that he was already obsessed with swords. He was directly in a severe state of chi deviation. His infatuation wasn't just a little bit. This is a rare treasure sword in the world. Gu Duxing's eyes and face were even exuding a kind of fanatical glow. This is such a perfect treasure sword. This is a killing weapon. If such a sword pierced into a person's heart, if it chopped off a person's head, how cool would that be? Just thinking about it is enjoyable. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and stretched out his hand as if he was holding a sword. His mouth made a simulated sound, completely forgetting himself. Cha, cha. This is a sword. This is the home of a sword. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Looking at this crazy guy, he directly categorized this guy as a lunatic. There was such a thing? Gu Duxing was so agitated that he was convulsing. With a clang, he pulled out the saber on the table. The saber flashed. This guy's convulsions were even more severe, directly close to severe convulsions. This saber is also a rare treasure sword. He jumped to the side of the wall. With a swoosh, the short sword and saber were unsheathed at the same time. This is practically the le duo of all martial artists in the world. Gu Duxing was already stunned. Suddenly, he stared at Chu Yang with grief and indignation. You actually want to sell such a sword? You actually want to sell the duo of all martial artists in the world. With his eyes wide open, he approached Chu Yang step by step. The muscles on his face spasmed. His eyes suddenly bulged like a frog's and suddenly shrank back into a ray of light. His lips trembled. Suddenly, he roared with an earth-shattering roar. "Are you still human?" Chapter 68. Chu Yang almost fainted. "Beautiful study room, I only wanted to use these swords as bait, that's all. Why did I sell the duo of all the martial artists in the world? It's just selling a sword. Is there a need to be so serious? I actually became the enemy of all the martial artists in the world after selling this sword? If that's really the case, then I really can't live on." Chu Yang was speechless for a long time before he finally found a reason. "Gu Duxing, why did you pawn the sword?" I wanted to eat." Gu Duxing's brain couldn't wrap itself around it. He didn't know why the other party brought this up. "Yes, you wanted to eat. So you pawned the sword that you love more than your life." Chu Yang nodded and pointed at his own nose. "But what about me? Have you ever thought that I also need to eat? If I don't eat, I'll still starve to death. I'm the same as you, understand? If I don't sell the sword and I don't have any other skills, what will I eat?" "Do you eat people?" Chu Yang asked aggressively. The more he spoke, the more he felt that he was in the right. He actually questioned loudly. His saliva almost sprayed onto Gu Duxing's face. What this bastard said was pure nonsense. The plaque outside his door was made of pure gold and silver. Why would he need to worry about food and drink? But Gu Duxing obviously didn't notice or didn't think of it. Looking at Chu Yang's agitated appearance, he couldn't help but be tongue-tied. Only then did he remember that this guy in front of him also needed to eat. "Although you didn't show any martial skills, I can't see through your cultivation." Gu Duxing finally found a reason. "With your skills, why don't you steal or rob? You can at least fill your stomach, right? That's still better than selling such a divine sword. Fuck your mother." Chu Yang was filled with righteous indignation. He shouted righteously, "How can I, Chu Yang, be such a person? Your words are simply insulting my persistence, blaspheming my spirit, tainting my will, and raping my character. I thought you looked dignified, but I didn't expect you to be a thief. Bah." The last word was practically spat out. Beautiful study room Gu Duxing's face was full of saliva. Gu Duxing had asked Chu Yang the same question that Chu Yang had asked Gu Duxing just now. But he had been scolded by Gu Duxing at that time. Now that Gu Duxing had asked about it, Chu Yang was even more untouched. In fact, he was even more aggressive in returning the favor. He couldn't help but feel refreshed. Who the fuck dared to scold the soaring dragon sword king? He dared to do so when he was old. Gu Duxing recalled his answer just now, and immediately felt somewhat ashamed. That's right. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. If I don't do it, why would this righteous young man do it? He sat in this shop that was filled with stolen silver from top to bottom. He couldn't help but feel respect for Chu Yang in his heart. It turned out that Chu Yang was just like him. He was also a man with perseverance and ambition. It turned out that he was not alone after all. Who said I was stupid? Isn't there a fellow traveler in front of me? Although Gu Duxing was mercilessly reprimanded by the opposite party, he suddenly felt that this young man in front of him was cute. There was a feeling of being like-minded and caring for each other. But even if it was for food, Gu Duxing looked at these two swords and two sabers, and his heart really ached. The muscles on his face twitched. Thinking that such divine weapons would be sold to someone else, he really felt distressed. This wasn't pawning them. Once they were sold, it would be a complete loss. "This matter, can we discuss it at length?" Gu Duxing said cautiously. "Brother Chu, for such treasured swords, as people who love swords, we have to find a good home for them. If money isn't that important, well, what I mean is, we can still barely get by." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and sighed. "What do you think we should do?" Gu Duxing was stunned. "How about this? I'll give these swords to you, and you sell them. Is that okay?" Chu Yang had a flash of inspiration. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he couldn't help but be excited. "Since you have nothing to do, just be my assistant here. This way, you don't have to pawn the treasured swords. and you can eat and have a place to stay. Most importantly, you can also find a suitable owner for these divine weapons, and not let them be covered in dust and shame. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Brother Gu, what do you think? Huh. Gu Duxing was a little dizzy. He really couldn't imagine how he would become someone else's assistant with just a few words. But it seemed like this was also a feasible plan. The reason he came out was to escape. Well, since it was to escape, wouldn't it be escaping there as well? Thinking of the reason he ran away from home this time, Gu Duxing couldn't help but sigh deeply. Sigh, what should I do? Why? You don't agree? Chu Yang asked nervously. It's not that I don't agree, but Gu Duxing seemed to have something he couldn't say. Since it's not that you don't agree, then it's settled. Chu Yang interrupted him and directly made a conclusion. Brother Gu, from now on, we are a family. Haha, from now on, you have the final say in this shop. Whoever you want to sell to, I'll sell to. Well, I don't really know much about this business. Chu Yang was telling the truth. He really didn't know much about this business. But this didn't affect him from using this business to make Gu Duxing stay. As long as you stay, can you run away from me? If something happens in the shop, you won't care? Damn it, if you don't care. I'll give these swords to a beggar. See if your heart hurts? Anyway, it doesn't hurt. With Calamity Sword, I can have as many as I want. Therefore, under Chu Yang's continuous deceit, Gu Duxing foolishly stayed behind and became Chu Yang's assistant. This guy was crazy about swords, but this was the first time he went out in his life. In addition, he sneaked out, so he naturally didn't have any experience in the martial world. In the eyes of Chu Yang, an old fox with 2 generations of experience, he naturally couldn't refuse. It had to be said that being young was good. Easy to deceive, of course. The biggest reason was that Gu Duxing couldn't see through Chu Yang's cultivation. In his heart, anyone whose cultivation he couldn't see through was naturally stronger than him. Being an assistant under such a strong person and achieving his goal of escaping from his clan didn't seem too bad. It wasn't shameful. After wolfing down the white rice that Chu Yang had brought out, Chu Yang had deftly tidied up a room for him and stuffed him inside. After a night, Gu Duxing asked Chu Yang doubtfully, "There's something wrong. What is it?" Chu Yang rubbed his temples. He thought to himself, did this guy's brain suddenly become good? Brother Chu, you only said that you'll provide food and accommodation, but you didn't say anything about salary. Gu Duxing stared and said, you can't let me work for free, right? I'm a swordsman after all. I should at least have a few taels of silver a month, right? It seemed that this guy was still somewhat unwilling. Chu Yang feinted. Brother Gu, there are 2 cabinets in your room. Have you seen them? Gu Duxing nodded. Those cabinets contain all my belongings. They're not locked. Chu Yang looked as if he was confiding in him. Brother Gu, although we've met for the first time and have never met before, we hit it off right away. I've put my life in your hands. Gu Duxing was stunned. Then, he turned and ran in. After a while, a scream came from the room. Chapter 69. It had to be said that the moment he opened the cabinet, even Gu Duxing, who had seen a lot of gold and silver treasures, was shocked. The golden light was dazzling. Gold. Gold bricks. Gold ingots. They were all gold, and there were also huge banknotes more than a foot thick. For a moment, young Master Gu felt a little dizzy and disoriented. For a moment, he only thought that he had entered the treasury of some rich man. Chu Yang actually arranged for him to stay in the treasury and didn't restrict him. Sob, this feeling of being trusted at the end of the road was really too good, too warm. Chu Yang waved his hand earnestly. Brother Gu, you and I feel like old friends at first sight. You're treating me like an outsider. He thought to himself, at my place, there are still a few more cabinets. I've robbed dozens of rich men. How can I only have so little? But I still have great use for them. Gu Duxing nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. Brother Chu, since you have so much money, why are you still selling that kind of famous sword? Last night, this guy had said that if he didn't sell it, he wouldn't be able to eat. But this cabinet of gold and silver banknotes, how was he going to explain it? This gold was enough for 3 generations of rich men to indulge in wine and women. Not able to eat? How ridiculous was this? Please forgive me, Brother Gu. I lied to you last night. Chu Yang looked as if his trick had succeeded. Brother Gu, do you really think that I sold this kind of famous sword casually? I just felt that it was a pity to see it covered in dust. So, I tried my best to find a good home for it. Chu Yang sighed. This kind of sharp weapon must be in the hands of the right person. It can slaughter the world and laugh proudly in the Jianghu. It can display its peerless elegance in a place of rain and blood. That is the ultimate home of a famous sword. How difficult is it for a person to find a suitable sword? However, it was even more difficult for a sword to find a suitable owner. It's rare that Brother Gu and I are like-minded. I can also slack off, haha. I see. Gu Duxing smiled. The knot in his heart had been untied. He smiled very contentedly. In his heart, a kind of great minds think alike feeling arose. This kind of famous sword was not something to be bought and sold. Even if Chu Yang had some schemes because of this, it was also because he thought highly of him. It had to be said that this kind of mentality after having a good impression of him was different. Because once this warm feeling appeared, even if what the other party did was wrong, he would find an excuse for the other party, and the excuse he found was one that made him feel comfortable. Of course, it is my wish to find the true owner of the famed sword. But we also need to earn enough money for our meals. Chu Yang smiled and said, moreover, if the owner of the famous sword doesn't pay a certain price, even if he gets it, he may not cherish it. Gu Duxing nodded and said sympathetically, that's right. I remember back then when I obtained the Black Dragon, I practically went through a lot of hardships. The two smiled at each other. Compared to the soaring dragon sword emperor in his previous life, the current Gu Duxing was undoubtedly less wise and far-sighted, and more impulsive and childish like a teenager. Chu Yang naturally knew the value of the person in front of him. Gu Duxing's stubbornness, his obsession with swords, his persistence in life, and his stubbornness in doing things had not changed in his previous life. Such a person was definitely worth befriending. Chu Yang did not have Gu Duxing's stubbornness as a sword. In his opinion, that kind of persistence was simply foolish. But this did not stop his heart from admiring Gu Duxing. This kind of difference in character was also the reason why Chu Yang in his previous life became a revered martial artist, but not a revered sword artist. Because although he used a sword, all his skills were not just in the sword. Brother Gu, how do these few swords of mine compare to your Black Dragon? Chu Yang asked. In terms of sharpness, they surpass my Black Dragon. In terms of toughness, they also surpass my Black Dragon. Gu Duxing seriously thought for a while and answered seriously, but in my heart, my Black Dragon is still one of a kind. These few swords of yours, although they are rare divine weapons in the world, I keep feeling that something is missing. If I had to choose, I would still choose my Black Dragon. His fingers lovingly stroked the sword hilt at his waist, and the emotions in his eyes at this moment were so sincere. He was like a young man who was deeply in love, looking at his lover. Although his lover was not an outstanding beauty, and standing beside a top beauty, there was still a long way to go. But the only one who could tug at his heartstrings would always be this one person. Other beauties could make him admire them, but if he had to choose a partner to spend his life with, there would only be this one person. What was missing? Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Gu Duxing's feeling was right. These few swords looked incomparably sharp, but they were really missing something. Because the iron essence had already been swallowed by the calamity sword, and that was the true essence of a sword. Without the iron essence, these few swords were just iron pieces that were terrifyingly dense and could not become the legendary divine weapons, because they could never have spirituality. Treasured swords had spirituality, and the more people they killed and drank blood, the more spirituality they would have. But even if these few swords slaughtered the entire world, they would only be ordinary pieces of iron. This subtle difference could only be seen when one reached the level of Sword King. Such a high level of swordsman fought. Before this, no one would be able to detect the difference. But although Gu Duxing was only a sword great master now, with his keen intuition, he could already feel that something was wrong with these few swords. Brother Gu, I did not set up this heavenly armament pavilion just for this. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, I have other motives. But this heavenly armament pavilion also needs to exist. This is very complicated and dangerous. It's also very dangerous. I need your help. Chu Yang smiled. Actually, I really did not think that there would be someone like you. But since you are here, I will not let you go. I believe in you, and I believe in my foresight. Gu Duxing's eyes flashed with a sincere smile. Okay, it was just one word, but it was Gu Duxing's promise. He could hear that Chu Yang's words were hiding a lot of things, but they were sincere, from the bottom of his heart. So he agreed immediately. No matter what, it was only because the person in front of him was pleasing to the eye. Secondly, this person helped him at the most difficult time. The two smiled at each other, and their two palms heavily clapped together. No one would have thought that this day's clapping would create a legend in the heavenly layer continent. I come from a big clan. Gu clan. You may not understand the weight of the Gu clan. To be honest, in the entire lower three heavens, there may not be anyone who knows the terror of the Gu clan. Gu Duxing held his wine cup, and his eyes showed a trace of nostalgia. He said with deep feelings, I am the foster son of the clan leader. After my biological parents died in an accident, my foster father took me to his side and nurtured me with great care. Chu Yang nodded. If I don't know about the Gu clan, who will? If I don't know about such a huge clan, I will simply kill myself. Ah, so the rumors were wrong. The future successor of the Gu clan was actually the foster son of the Gu clan, and not the direct descendant. My foster father has a daughter and two sons. Gu Duxing said, my two sworn brothers ostracize me all year round. As for me, I've really never thought of fighting or snatching anything from them, so I have always resigned myself to it. I am very clear that I am only the foster son of the clan. The core of the clan's power does not belong to me. Even if I have some achievements in the future, I will protect this clan and not let anyone in the clan get hurt. But I will never become the master of this clan. Gu Duxing smiled. This kind of smile seemed so out of place on his cold, chiseled face. Chapter 70. Foster father's daughter is older than me by a year. It was because of her that I left the Gu clan. Gu Duxing's eyes were bitter but also sweet. Since I was young, Sister Xiao Miao has been my guardian angel. No matter what difficulties or harsh reprimands, Sister Xiao Miao has always stood in front of me. When my two foster brothers made things difficult for me, Sister Xiao Miao has always helped me. She taught me things I didn't know. She helped me things I couldn't touch. She even went against the clan elders and her own brother for me. I have always been under her protection. I grew up safe and sound. Since I was young, every time I was on the verge of a breakthrough, she would go to the clan's medicine garden and the clan's treasure house to find elixirs for me to help me break through. There were many elixirs that were treasures of heaven and earth. They were priceless treasures that could only be found by chance. And these priceless treasures, along with Sister Xiao Miao's meticulous help, made me a genius. My path of cultivation was smooth sailing. I almost never met any bottlenecks. Because of the elixirs that far surpassed the bottleneck, no obstacle could be an obstacle, and Sister Xiao Miao stole a lot of elixirs. They were elixirs that even foster father and a few elders were unwilling to use. Because of this, Sister Xiao Miao suffered many punishments because of me. In all of this, I was ignorant, because every time, Sister Xiao Miao would tell me, just eat these things, there are plenty of them at home, and I would just eat them like a fool. Chu Yang listened silently. He finally understood the reason why Gu Duxing was able to create a cultivation legend at such a young age in his previous life. With the enormous manpower and resources of the Gu clan, how could the elixirs they collected be ordinary? Gu Duxing ate so many elixirs, it would be strange if his cultivation speed was not fast. We've all grown up. As for me, because of Sister Xiao Miao's unbridled and unending supply of elixirs, my cultivation speed has far surpassed all of my peers. I continuously broke through one level after another, becoming the focus of all the clans. But they don't know how much effort Sister Xiao Miao put into this genius, and how many grievances she suffered for me. And I have always been proud of my own talent. Heartless. Gu Duxing's eyes flashed with a sparkling light. Suddenly, he raised his head and drained the cup of wine in one gulp. He grabbed the wine jug and filled it to the brim. Until one day, Sister Xiao Miao helped me break through to Sword Great Master and brought me the family's most precious treasure, the purple cloud Ganoderma. This has infuriated the entire family. Gu Duxing fiercely punched himself in the head. When I broke through the bottleneck of Sword Great Master, foster father broke one of Sister Xiao Miao's legs in a fit of rage. They locked her up. Because of this, my two sworn brothers became even more resentful of me. They came to cause trouble for me, but I, who didn't know what was going on, beat them up. Then the eldest brother said, "Don't you feel ashamed hiding behind a woman? Now that you've caused Miao Ling to be in such a miserable state, don't you feel guilty?" I was shocked and chased after them to ask. This time, they didn't hide anything and told me everything. Gu Duxing's tears dripped into the wine cup. I went to find foster father, but he just sighed. He told me that Sister Xiao Miao had been punished by the elders for stealing the family's property many times and was locked up in the dragon prison cave. And the time limit was forever. Because the purple cloud Ganoderma is the family's most precious treasure, it was only waiting for the first Supreme Elder to take it when he broke through to Martial Emperor. If he succeeded, he would lead the family to become the #1 family and then charge into the upper three heavens, establishing the family's only hope of hegemony. Sister Xiao Miao stole it and gave it to me, and I had already taken it, ruining the family's decades of preparation. This is unforgivable to the entire family. If someone from another family of equal strength can become a martial emperor first, then the Gu family will be destroyed at any time. And Sister Xiao Miao gave me the purple cloud Ganoderma, which is equivalent to cutting off the family's path forward. This mistake is unforgivable. Chu Yang sighed deeply. At this moment, from Gu Duxing's description of Gu Miaoling, he saw Mo Qingwu. These two women are obviously the same. For the person they love, they will do anything. In their eyes, there is nothing else except for the person they love. I went to see Sister Xiao Miao because foster father allowed it. It was the only chance I had to see her. After I saw her, she was about to be locked up in the dragon prison cave. We looked at each other through the purple gold fence. At that time, I cried. I cried so hard that my heart was broken. I asked Sister Xiao Miao, "Why are you so stupid? Why? For me, it's not worth it. Not worth it." Big drops of tears fell from Gu Duxing's eyes. He simply picked up the wine pot and poured it into his mouth. Tears and wine dripped into his mouth. Chu Yang sighed and silently picked up another pot of wine. Bang! The empty pot of wine was placed on the table. Gu Duxing's eyes were red. At that time, Sister Xiao Miao said, "Stupid. You are really stupid." She said, "When we were young, I treated you like a younger brother and especially loved you. So, I gave you all the good things. But when we grew up, I no longer treated you as a younger brother." When Sister Xiao Miao said this, she looked at me in a daze. Then she smiled sadly and said, "Forget it. You can leave. It's fine. I just happen to be in closed-door training. Silly brother, you are not young anymore. It's time to start a family. It's a pity that Sister Xiao Miao will not be able to drink your wedding wine. Go, go. Don't come in the future. Just treat it as if you never had a Sister Xiao Miao." Then Sister Xiao Miao turned around and walked into the dragon prison cave. Gu Duxing's face was ferocious. His muscles were contorted, and his whole body trembled. Sister Xiao Miao has always been like a deity in my heart. Gu Duxing trembled. I liked her. I worshipped her. I. But when she walked into the dragon prison cave, I realized that my heart was empty. There was nothing left. I can't live without her. I can't live without her. Gu Duxing roared and raised his head. Tears streamed down his face. But she was imprisoned in the dragon prison cave. With such a big mistake, I'm afraid that she may not be able to come out in this lifetime. What do we have to do? What kind of conditions do we have to meet before we can let her out? Find another purple cloud Ganoderma? Chu Yang's eyes darkened as he asked. It's useless. When the first Supreme Elder heard this news, he was at the crucial moment of breaking through the bottleneck. His mind was shaken, and he vomited blood on the spot. His cultivation level slipped, and he no longer had the chance to break through to the martial emperor realm. Besides the first supreme elder, no one else in our clan could. Then what did your foster father say? Foster father had no choice. Gu Duxing stared blankly at the void in front of him. Tears streamed down his face. I lived like this for 2 years until last month, when foster father arranged a marriage for me. Chu Yang immediately understood. It seemed that this soaring dragon sword king was not only a sword maniac, but also a love maniac. No matter what, even if I'm alone for the rest of my life, I can't let Sister Xiao Miao down. Gu Duxing clenched his teeth. So I escaped. No wonder this guy cultivated like a madman in his previous life and advanced so quickly. It turned out that he wanted to rely on his own strength to break through to the Sword Emperor realm and then rescue Gu Miaoling. Chapter 71. Even though Gu Duxing's talent was heaven-defying, but by the time he became a Sword Emperor, he would be at least 10 years old. As for Gu Miaoling, who was bitterly suffering in the dragon prison cave, she was older than him by a year. The most beautiful days of their lives had finally been wasted away and would never return. If I want Sister Xiao Miao to come out, I have to become a Sword Emperor. But that is so far away. Sister Xiao Miao is already 21 years old this year. Gu Duxing said in despair, even if I advance quickly, it will take at least 30 to 40 years to reach that stage. 30 to 40 years. How can Sister Xiao Miao endure it? How can she endure it? Chu Yang raised his head, pondered, and said, this matter is not necessarily without a way. You have a way? Gu Duxing stood up abruptly, causing the wine cup on the table to overturn and fall to the ground. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at him. Yes. Chu Yang nodded calmly and said, sit down and talk. Brother Gu, the onlooker sees the game clearly. You mainly cultivate with the sword, right? Brother Chu's vision is like a torch. Gu Duxing's eyes flashed with amazement. He only cultivated with the sword and never dabbled in other martial techniques. This way, he could maintain his focus and advance at the fastest speed. However, he had never mentioned this matter to anyone before. Although he had already acknowledged this young man in front of him, he was still so young. How could he have such great vision? Besides, even if it was a martial artist who was at a higher level than him, as long as they did not fight, he would not be able to tell that he was a sword cultivator. How could he tell? You mainly cultivate with the sword. You must know that there is a saying, the sword is unconventional. Chu Yang smiled and said, the sword is unconventional. Although it is easy to injure yourself, once you make a move, it will be a fatal blow. Yes, but this is cultivation. How can I be unconventional? Gu Duxing frowned and thought hard. Brother Gu, how many people have you killed? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Killed? Gu Duxing was surprised, and then he took a breath and said, 7. 7 bastards. Too few. Once a general succeeds, there will be mountains of bones. Not to mention this kind of heaven-defying cultivation. If you want to become a sword emperor, you have to go through countless bloody battles in your lifetime to reach that stage. Chu Yang raised his eyes. Then, he said heavily, Gu Duxing, if you are willing to trust me and give me your next 10 years, I am confident that I can make you reach the sword emperor level within 10 years. 10 years? Gu Duxing's eyes widened and shot out a dazzling radiance. Although 10 years wasn't short, compared to 30 to 40 years, it was much shorter. Moreover, he and Gu Miaoling would only be in their 30s 10 years later. So, it still wouldn't be too late. However, was this true? Chu Yang didn't say anything. He just looked at him quietly with a smile. I agree, Gu Duxing said resolutely and decisively. As long as you can get Sister Xiao Miao out in the shortest time possible, not to mention 10 years, even if I have to give you a lifetime, I won't hesitate. Good. Deal. Chu Yang stretched out his hand. As long as you listen to me, I'll guarantee that you two will be reunited within 10 years. And during these 10 years, I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Then, what do I have to do now? Gu Duxing asked. If you are worried about exposing your identity, you can first change your appearance. Chu Yang said, then, What you have to do is to look after this heavenly armament pavilion for me. Look after these swords. Have a good sleep and recover your energy. In the next 10 years, blood will flow like a river under your sword. Your enemies will be all over the continent. You must struggle to survive in the crevice between life and death. You must improve yourself in every impossible moment. Only then can you meet my requirements for you. This is a difficult road. It is also a road of no return, but I believe that you have already made your preparations. For the sake of your beloved Gu Miaoling. Hearing the 3 words Gu Miaoling, Gu Duxing suddenly clenched his fists tightly. His throat let out a low and painful groan like a wounded beast. Only he knew that every time he thought of this name, it was like a knife piercing his heart. No way out? For Sister Xiao Miao, why would I need a way out? Chu Yang stood up and walked to the counter. He took out a piece of paper and dipped his brush in ink. After thinking for a while, he began to write something quickly. Gu Duxing shook his body and stood up. He walked to Chu Yang's side and looked at what he was writing. But as he looked, his eyes suddenly widened to the size of an egg. His 2 eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Revered Berserker Sword Technique? These 4 words were said with great difficulty. Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Is this real? Revered Berserker Sword Technique was the fastest way to cultivate the sword. Once it was used, the user's whole body and spirit would be immersed in it. Without reaching a certain level, it would be impossible to stop. This was also the most extreme method. Either you destroy yourself in this extreme madness, or you raise your sword technique to a new level. Cultivating Revered Berserker Sword Technique, one could succeed, the other could be death. There was no third way. This sword technique was said to be created by Sword King Feng Xian hundreds of years ago. Although it was called Feng Xian, it should be called Feng Xian, because everyone was certain that the person who created this sword art was definitely a madman. This sword technique was found in Chu Yang's previous life. In a treasure hunt, someone found Sword King Feng Xian's burial place and took out this sword technique. But after many people studied it, they found that this sword technique could increase one's sword cultivation at the fastest speed, but in the end, it would make the user crazy. Sword King Feng, heart-sealing Sword King, had gone mad and died from practicing this sword art. Countless people tried to change it into a treasure, but no one succeeded. Thus, this revered Berserker sword technique was thrown away. After all, no matter how powerful it would be useless if it went crazy. But the contents of this sword technique were passed down in the 3 days. Until one day, when Chu Yang found this revered Berserker sword technique, he carefully studied it. He found that this revered Berserker sword technique was similar to the 3rd fragment of the Calamity Sword, but it was of a much lower level. As long as he changed some of the important parts of the revered Berserker sword technique, he could cultivate it as usual, and it would still reach the extreme of crazy speed. But the power of this revered Berserker sword technique was not only 1 level lower than the Calamity Sword technique, so although Chu Yang found it, he did not cultivate it. It was just that he had a deep impression of it at that time. But now, it came in handy. The current Gu Duxing desperately needed this sword technique. And for this guy who was obsessed with the sword to the point of madness, he was the most suitable person for this sword technique. Take it. After Chu Yang finished writing the last stroke, he picked it up and blew on the glistening handwriting before handing it over to Gu Duxing. This was the improved revered Berserker sword technique. What was needed to cultivate this was tenacity and indomitable willpower. Gu Duxing's hands trembled violently as he took the sword technique. These few thin pieces of paper had given him the hope of rescuing Gu Miaoling ahead of time. Chapter 72. Just now, when Chu Yang said that he could help him realize the Liduo in advance, Gu Duxing was only half convinced and half doubtful. Moreover, he had the thought of, isn't it the same to run away from marriage and cultivate? But now, he was already convinced without a doubt. This sword technique can guarantee that you will break through to revered sword artist within a year. But you will only be able to break through to revered sword artist before you stop. Otherwise, if you continue, your mind will still be bewitched by the sword technique and fall into madness. Chu Yang said slowly, his eyes shining with a sharp light. When you break through to revered sword artist, we have other ways. The path of cultivation needs to be taken step by step. I believe you understand this principle. Enough, enough, Gu Duxing said shakily. Thank you, thank you. He would never have thought that when he was at the end of his rope, such a big gift would fall from the sky. For the current Gu Duxing, Chu Yang's existence was like a life-saving straw. It was his only hope to save Sister Xiao Miao. Gu Duxing would rather die 10,000 times than give up this opportunity. Chu Yang smiled and finally relaxed. By doing this, he was of course keeping Gu Duxing alive at the root. But the biggest reason was the relationship between Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling, because such a relationship touched the softest part of Chu Yang's heart. Emo Qing Wu. Such deep feelings, he could not let them down. And infatuated girls like Emo Qing Wu and Gu Miaoling, he could not let them down. At this moment, someone outside the door asked, "Excuse me, is there anyone inside?" The two of them looked at each other. Then, they suddenly screamed and jumped up. These two guys, from morning till now, only cared about themselves drinking and chatting. They did not have the awareness that businessmen should have. Heavenly Armament Pavilion was already late in the morning, but it was still not open for business. "I'll open the door, you tidy up." Chu Yang was about to leave, but before he could finish his sentence, Gu Duxing had already jumped up, holding the revered berserker sword technique that he treasured like a treasure, and ran into his own room. Fuck. Chu Yang was stunned. With a schwa sound, he hurriedly put away the dripping wine on the table. With a huala-la sound, he picked up the table and threw it behind him. Then he clapped his hands and walked over to open the door. The smell of alcohol rushed out as he opened the door. Ugh, cough, cough. There was a burst of coughing in front of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. There was a young girl patiently waiting. But she couldn't help but frown when she felt this aura. Are you here to buy a sword? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Even with Chu Yang's experience, he didn't know how to describe this girl in front of him. She was definitely not the kind of peerless beauty that would shock people at first sight. Whether it was her nose, mouth, or eyes, they were all very ordinary. But beyond the extreme ordinariness, there was a strange charm. If you only look at her once and then brush past her, I'm afraid she won't leave any impression in your heart. However, if you looked at her a few more times, you would immediately discover that this young girl was filled with too many differences. The facial features on his face seemed to be clear at a glance, but after looking at it for a long time, there was a feeling that it was becoming more and more misty. Her eyes were misty and dreamy. Her expression was indifferent and calm. She was clearly a woman, but she seemed to have the demeanor of an insufferably arrogant general. Standing in front of the door, although she looked delicate and weak, she gave people the feeling that she was as tall as a mountain. Yuan? Towering mountain, unshakable. She stood alone in front of the door of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It seemed that she had been here for a while. Chu Yang hadn't opened the door for a long time, but she wasn't anxious or impatient. Her expression was tranquil and calm. She was clearly only a 17 or 18-year-old girl, but she gave people the feeling that she was extremely experienced. Almost at the first sight of her, Chu Yang's heart suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen her before. "May I ask, are you the shopkeeper of Heavenly Armament Pavilion?" The young girl's clear eyes looked at Chu Yang's face. "Yes, may I know why you are here?" "Well, I'm here to see if your so-called Heavenly Armament Pavilion is worthy of its name." The young girl said indifferently, "A customer is here. Why don't you invite me in?" If you want to come in, have you seen the notice at the door? Don't worry, gold and silver are not a problem. It's not like we don't have any treasures. Haha, but when you open the door to do business, I have to see your goods. I want to see if they are as magical as you boast. If they aren't worth it, I naturally won't spend money." The young girl put her hands behind her back and walked into Heavenly Armament Pavilion. That kind of natural and relaxed manner was as if she was walking into her own backyard with her hands behind her back. Chu Yang frowned. This young girl had an indescribable aura. Of all the women he had seen in his previous life and this life, none of them had this kind of special quality. She was really an anomaly. This is the heavenly armament pavilion you were talking about? The young girl stood in front of the 4 weapons hanging on the wall with her hands behind her back and looked up slightly. She just looked at them with her hands behind her back and didn't do anything else. She just lifted her chin slightly, but for some reason, Chu Yang suddenly had a feeling that she was giving directions. It was like a king inspecting his territory and his people. Chu Yang was even more confused. She was obviously a girl. Why did he have this kind of feeling? Yes. A voice came out, but it wasn't Chu Yang's. Gu Duxing quietly appeared in the corner, looking at the young girl with cold eyes. His face had changed slightly, but his face was like an ice sculpture. It was still the same zombie-like face. He didn't have the slightest pretense because the other party was a girl. Can I take a look? The young girl didn't seem surprised that another person appeared out of nowhere. He just asked indifferently. To buy a sword from here, it doesn't look at your status or your wealth, but it depends on you. Gu Duxing said coldly, you don't deserve the swords here. If you don't, then even if you have enough wealth, you won't be able to take it away. Oh, the sword is looking for a master? I see. The young girl said softly and said slowly, but you want to choose a person, but I want to choose a sword. If the sword is not good, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't take it. This sentence was tit for tat with Gu Duxing's words. Then, the young girl stretched out her hand and took the long sword from the wall. Holding it in her hand, she obviously didn't expect the sword to be so heavy. It was almost 3 times heavier than a normal long sword. Her arm sank slightly before she could hold it firmly. Her face showed a trace of surprise. Long sword? Chu Yang and Gu Duxing looked at each other and felt surprised. Normally, if a girl chose a sword, she would choose a light and nimble sword. That short sword was obviously more beautiful and elegant than this long sword. It was suitable for a girl to wear. But this long sword was rough and unruly, full of a man's masculinity. The two didn't expect that the first thing this girl looked at was this long sword. Then, with a clang, the long sword was unsheathed. A ray of light shot out. The girl squinted her eyes and praised, "Good sword." Then, she slowly pulled the whole sword out of the scabbard. Her arms stretched forward, and the sword was slightly tilted in front of her eyes, looking at it at eye level. Just by looking at this tilted angle, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing realized at the same time that this girl must be an expert. Although she wasn't necessarily an expert in swordsmanship, but in terms of appreciation, she might not be inferior to the two of them. Chu Yang racked his brains, thinking of all the girls he met in his previous life and this life. But there was no one who fit the unique requirements of the girl in front of him. Although Gu Duxing's expression didn't change, he also thought of the girls from the big clans in the past 3 days. He found that even those girls might not be as graceful as the girl in front of him. Chapter 73. The body of the sword flashed with a soft light. It was as if the surface of the sword was rippling back and forth. The young girl held the sword in one hand and flicked her finger with the other. A wisp of wind from her finger silently hit the body of the sword. The long sword trembled and suddenly let out a sound like a dragon's cry. It resonated loudly and endlessly. It really is a divine weapon, the young girl praised. She then put the long sword back into the scabbard and picked up the saber. After looking at all 4 weapons, she raised her head and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked on coldly. This young girl's expression from beginning to end was very calm. Even when she saw the rare treasured sword, her eyes did not change in the slightest. The expected shock, surprise, greed, reluctance, and other emotions were not in this young girl's eyes at all. It was as if she had just looked at it and that was it. Everything was so normal. Chu Yang could not help but be a little shocked. This kind of state of mind, this kind of cultivation, is this still a young girl? What price? The young girl seemed to be thinking about something. When she asked this question, she was a little absent-minded. Chu Yang was thinking about the identity of this young girl. Looking at her, her every movement had an air of arrogance. It was as if ordering people around was a habit of hers. Her whole body also had an indescribable air of nobility. He thought to himself, looks like she is definitely a noble. Even if she is not a direct subordinate of the royal family, She must be a princess of a royal family. But the strange thing is, why does such a person come out without any guards? This is really strange. Could it be that the security of Iron Cloud Citadel is this good? Gu Duxing came and was like this, and now a young girl came. It was actually like this again. Also, since Chu Yang put up the sign of Heavenly Armament Pavilion, he was prepared for people to come and cause trouble. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to make a big fuss, and then use the limelight to make a name for himself. He wanted to use his divine sword to create the biggest wave of public opinion in Iron Cloud Citadel and stand at the heart of the storm. Who would have thought that besides a little hoodlum who came to cause trouble on the opening day, no one else came to visit? Those hedonistic young masters, unruly young girls, aristocrats who used their power to bully others, and relatives of the royal family who used their connections to intimidate others didn't appear. In the capital of Iron Cloud Nation, which could easily kick out 3 people like that, it was as if they had disappeared without a trace. This was too strange. 100,000 taels of gold for each. Or, take out some precious treasures that can be exchanged, like 7-star white magnolia, spirit ginseng, empty spirit purple zoysia, 10,000 years yellow essence, and so on. If you really can't do it, then purple crystal jade, mysterious gold iron, star steel, nightmare silver, and diamond sand are also fine. If I approve of them, you can take them away. Chu Yang looked at this girl with an amused expression. She clearly didn't have any gold or silver with her, and she reported an astronomical figure. Even for a single country, this number was still enormous. These conditions were exactly what the sword spirit had told him about. Website www.moudlcom. Now that he said it word for word, this girl was really shocked. Even though her mental strength was outstanding, far surpassing that of ordinary people, but the other party's exorbitant demands still made her a little angry. Even the zombie-faced Gu Duxing, who had been clamoring that these 4 swords couldn't be sold, suddenly opened his mouth wide. This kind of price, robbery was no longer enough to describe it. You should just go and rob the national treasury. You just don't want to sell, right? The girl's eyes were cold as she looked at Chu Yang. She said what was in Gu Duxing's heart. Chu Yang smiled and took out an ingot of glistening gold. The next moment, the sword was in his hand. With a bang, the ingot was thrown on the table, and the long sword chopped down like a knife. With a few slashing sounds, it was like a knife cutting through tofu. Under the girl's incredulous gaze, the ingot of gold turned into pieces of gold in the blink of an eye. It scattered on the table, shining with a golden light. Then, Chu Yang's right hand grabbed the several hundred-pound iron block that was leaning against the door. The long sword was suspended above the iron block, and his hand loosened. The sword tip was pointed down, and it calmly fell. With a slashing sound, the long sword silently stabbed into the iron block, and half of the sword's body was inserted. Only a foot-long sword blade was left, swaying slightly and emitting a soft light. The girl's eyes revealed a look of shock. Is it worth it? Chu Yang crossed his arms and asked with a smile. The girl looked straight at the sword, and her eyes shone with a fervent light. It was true that Iron Cloud lacked divine weapons, but she would never have thought that the weapon in front of her would be a weapon that only existed in legends. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It was indeed worthy of its name, and fully deserved. Worth it. This kind of divine sword is simply a priceless treasure. No matter how much it costs, it is worth it. A voice suddenly boomed. Following this voice, a burly figure appeared behind the girl. The moment this voice sounded, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing looked at each other in shock, because, even with their spiritual senses, they didn't notice when this person came. Didn't this mean that this person's cultivation level was at least beyond martial great master? The person who came was tall and sturdy, with a square face. His eyes were gentle but sharp, thick eyebrows, a straight nose, and 3 strands of black beard fluttering in the wind. He just stood there, but his broad shoulders gave people the feeling that he was holding up the entire world. From his body, there was a kind of aura that could repel 1,000 soldiers. There was no need for any self-introduction. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing recognized this person. In this world, besides the number 1 general, Tai Long Chung, there was no one else who could have this kind of spirit. Only Tai Long Chung was able to stand with his back straight and give off the feeling of an impenetrable defense against 10,000 soldiers. The number one general of Ironcloud's military, one of the two pillars of Ironcloud Nation, the god of war of the Chongtian continent, Tai Long Cheng. At the same time, Chu Yang realized that the entire street had suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that it was abnormal and strange. He didn't know when, but a group of elite soldiers had already sealed off the entire street. The originally bustling street was now so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. At the entrance of Heavenly Armament Pavilion, there were 4 people standing on each side. Their eyes were emotionless as they looked inside the shop. Although he didn't see anything, Chu Yang knew that the back window and the roof were already filled with people, and they were all experts. It really is a good sword. Tai Long Cheng's cold eyes glanced at the swaying sword. He immediately turned his head and looked at the girl. His expression softened. "Why are you here?" Then he asked, "Why are you here alone?" "I came to take a look." The girl smiled calmly. "I am very curious about this Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Where are your guards?" Tai Long Cheng's thick eyebrows furrowed. His eyes were cold. "Those guys, what are they doing? They are absolute bastards. They actually let you come out alone? When I get back, I will capture them all and feed them to the dogs. I sneaked out by myself. It has nothing to do with them." The girl grabbed Tai Long Cheng's shoulder and shook it. She begged, "Second uncle, I only have this little secret. I only have this little way to relax." Tai Long Chung let out a long sigh. He looked at the girl with eyes full of love and regret. It seemed that he no longer wanted to pursue this matter. He turned his head and asked Chu Yang, "Little guy, these 2 swords and sabers, I will buy them." Chu Yang was startled. He squinted his eyes and asked, "What will you use to buy them?" Chapter 74. Hearing these words, the black-clothed men at the door immediately turned around. Chu Yang could only feel waves of cold, murderous aura locking onto him. Tai Long Cheng's words were like a breakthrough, breaking through the dam of murderous aura. Beside Chu Yang, another wave of murderous aura erupted like a flash flood, sweeping across the area. This wave of murderous aura was even purer and sharper. Fighting 1 against 4, he was actually not at a disadvantage. It was Gu Duxing who was quietly standing beside Chu Yang. Gu Duxing's hand was already on the hilt of his sword. His eyes were already emitting a dazzling light that could only be emitted from his entire body. Intimidating, yet calm. Gu Duxing's murderous aura and the 4 men's murderous aura surged together. Suddenly, the entire shop felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. The cold aura filled half the street. In Gu Duxing's eyes, no matter what these people in front of him were, no matter what power they had, the lower 3 heavens was still the lower 3 heavens. The lower 3 heavens could never be compared to the upper 3 heavens, not to mention a general, even if it was an emperor. So what? Chu Yang was his biggest reliance to save Sister Xiao Miao, and also his only hope. If these people wanted to deal with Chu Yang, then they would have to step over his dead body. No matter what, as long as you dare to make a move, then I will dare to kill you. Tai Long Chung looked at Gu Duxing in surprise. He waved his hand behind him, and the 4 men's murderous aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Gu Duxing snorted and withdrew his aura, returning to his cold zombie face. He stood behind Chu Yang, motionless. The 4 men opposite him also withdrew their murderous aura, each of them cautiously looking at Gu Duxing. This kind of murderous aura, and such a young man at that, gave the 4 men a huge impact. Not bad, Tai Long Chung praised, but it was not clear whether he was praising Gu Duxing or the sword. He looked at Chu Yang and slowly said, "You have only opened for 3 days, and your shop has already faced the crisis of being closed dozens of times. You should know that if I did not give the order, your shop and even you would have already turned into ashes." "Why?" Chu Yang secretly gritted his teeth, thinking, "I was wondering why no one came to cause trouble. So it was you, old man, playing tricks in the dark. Old man, you ruined the young master's plan, and you still want to report? For the heavenly army." Tai Long Chung suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. You can come up with such a name and openly erect such a signboard on Iron Cloud Nation's first street. This shows that you are very scheming. Moreover, you are very far-sighted. You have grasped the real weakness of Iron Cloud. This old man wanted to see just what kind of intentions you had. Otherwise, a small shop like yours, even if it is filled with divine weapons, is not worthy of this old man's condescension. What intentions? Hearing these words, the girl beside him couldn't help but raise her head and look at Chu Yang. That's right. This person harbors ill intentions. However, if you only have ulterior motives, then you are not worthy of my visit. Tai Long Chung clasped his hands behind his back. I have my own reasons for coming here today. Furthermore, before that, he had to stop anyone who was interested in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. No matter who it was, as long as people came, the shop owner could smoothly rely on these people to achieve his goal. Although this old man doesn't know what he's plotting, a direct blockade can indeed prevent any plot from having the time and space to display its power. This shop is not here to sell weapons. It is here to cause trouble. Tai Long Chung coldly hammered the final word. Chu Yang's true intentions were almost revealed. A direct blockade is the simplest and most effective method. If it was another time, I would have let him go for a while. However, Diwu Qingro has begun to deploy troops in the southwest. At this moment, I cannot let him go. Chu Yang's heart trembled. On his back, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Who said that everyone in the world was stupid? This Tai Long Chung was simply too terrifying. He did not know of Chu Yang's plan, but a simple blockade was enough to completely destroy Chu Yang's plan. There was no more follow-up. Diwu Qingrou's plan against Iron Cloud Nation began 10 years ago. 10 years ago, a large number of assassins suddenly infiltrated Iron Cloud. These people did not assassinate nobles, generals, but they killed all of Iron Cloud's famous blacksmiths one by one. 10 years ago, there was a storm of blood. Tai Long Cheng's eyes became as sharp as a needle. Until now, in the records of the government, it is still a mystery. All of the blacksmiths who were skilled in forging and could make high-quality weapons were all killed. Then, the blacksmiths in the army also mysteriously died one by one. From top to bottom, more than 30,000 blacksmiths died. Especially the blacksmiths who were at the Great Master level, none of them were spared. The entire Iron Cloud Nation had the richest mines in the entire continent, but it became a desert for blacksmiths. Such a hilarious thing actually happened just like that. Tai Long Chung snorted and said, the despicable Ministry of Justice only treated this as an ordinary case. They hastily dealt with it. In the end, 3 of Great Zhao's largest blacksmiths and 17 domestic and foreign weapons suppliers were uprooted. Only then did they realize that this matter had shaken the foundation of the nation. But at that time, it was too late to regret. The most tragic thing was that the blacksmiths were killed. Even the places where they lived were burned to the ground. Their life's work was all destroyed in one day. Those precious experiences that could be passed down could be counted on one's fingers. Chu Yang's mind was shaken as he listened. Iron Cloud Nation became a blacksmithing desert because of this matter. Diwu Qingrou's move to remove the firewood from under the cauldron was indeed extremely vicious. Moreover, only a few blacksmiths died. In the beginning, it was not enough to arouse the suspicions of the higher-ups of Iron Cloud. However, by the time they realized it, this massacre had already come to an end. Tens of thousands of lives were destroyed for the sake of Diwu Qingrou's ambition. However, there was no evidence. This kind of ruthless method was truly shocking. Moreover, after this massacre, even after Great Zhao unified Iron Cloud, there was no need to worry about any rebellions within Iron Cloud. How many blacksmiths could a country have? Because Iron Cloud was a mining hub, there were tens of thousands of skilled blacksmiths. However, after this massacre, how many would be left? Even the young and strong men who originally wanted to become blacksmiths would give up after this massacre. The key to mobilizing troops was the word mobilizing troops. The word troops did not only refer to soldiers, but also to weapons. Without weapons, what would they use to rebel? With 2 hands? Wasn't this a joke? This kind of thing made Chu Yang's hair stand on end. These were tens of thousands of lives, not tens of thousands of pieces of wood. Moreover, they were all commoners. This was a pure and inhumane massacre. How cruel, unscrupulous, and insane was the person who gave such an order. Moreover, not long after this incident, Great Zhao began to fight under the leadership of Diwu Qingro. Great Zhao and Iron Cloud were at war frequently. Naturally, the soldiers' weapons could not meet the demand. However, at this time, Iron Cloud did not have blacksmiths who could create elite weapons. This incident seemed to be nothing more than an inhumane massacre. Who would have thought that it would affect the outcome of the war between two great countries? When the war started, there were frequent killings. Iron Cloud had the richest mines in the world. They had an inexhaustible supply of iron, but they could not create top-notch weapons. If the weapons of the generals were damaged, they would not be able to find a suitable weapon. They could only use the swords of ordinary soldiers. Ordinary soldiers were not in any danger because they used ordinary swords. However, who would have thought that the enemy's actions of massacring the lowest-level blacksmiths was to deal with the generals of Iron Cloud? Tai Longqing roared and shouted. A person who could use 80 pounds of weapons was forced to use 7 or 8 pounds of swords. Moreover, when the swords collided with the enemy's weapons, they would break. How could their fighting strength only drop by 1 level? This is one of the major reasons why Iron Cloud could only protect itself for so many years. It could not eradicate external threats, let alone attack. On the battlefield, the soldiers used inferior swords and rode their horses to fight the enemy. After one collision, their swords and spears broke. How comical was this? How many heroes have died so tragically at the hands of opponents who were inferior to them? Thus, the entire Iron Cloud nation was forced to retreat. The soldiers wanted to kill the enemy, but they were powerless to reverse the situation. They could only watch as the surrounding 7 states and 48 counties fell into Great Zhao's territory. This also gave rise to Diwu Qingrou's unparalleled reputation. In these 8 years, Iron Cloud Nation relaxed all the requirements for blacksmiths, but it still could not make up for the losses of these 8 years. Moreover, the brothers who died in battle will never come back. The quality of weapons is Iron Cloud Nation's biggest weakness. Now, you actually opened Heavenly Armament Pavilion in the most prosperous street of Iron Cloud Citadel? Chapter 75. Hearing Tai Longqing's words, the girl's eyes suddenly became as sharp as swords as she stared at Chu Yang. Tai Longqing took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "When I heard the words Heavenly Armament Pavilion, the first thing that came to my mind was my comrades who died in battle, my brothers who died without even their bones remaining. Do you know how many people died in front of me with a look of helplessness, and disbelief? They were the heroes of my Iron Cloud." Chu Yang finally understood why this number 1 general personally came to Iron Cloud City and why he gave the order to seal off Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It turned out that his actions had touched the deepest wound in his heart. Even though Tai Longqing spoke calmly, Chu Yang could still see and feel that this legendary general's heart was filled with grief and indignation. Chu Yang always knew that Iron Cloud Nation was a barren land for blacksmiths. High-quality weapons were basically bought from Limitless Nation at a high price. But he really did not know that there was such an inhumane thing going on here. General Tai's eyes are really sharp. Chu Yang smiled calmly. "So, you admit that you are a spy sent by Diwu Qingrou?" "Admit?" Chu Yang smiled. "If I was really a subordinate of Diwu Qingrou, how could I use such a blatant method to be a spy?" Tai Longqing stared at him for a while, then suddenly said coldly, "But there is always a reason for everything. I don't like the look of Diwu Qingrou. Is this reason enough?" Chu Yang smiled. Suddenly, his body flashed, and he was at the door. He punched one of the 4 guards. This attack came without any warning. It was a clean hit. One moment, he was smiling at Tai Longqing, and the next moment, his fist was at the guard's throat. That person was shocked. He quickly turned around and 3 swords came out of their scabbards at the same time. They were like poisonous snakes stabbing at Chu Yang. The 4 of them were experts themselves, and the tacit understanding between them was even more natural. When one person was attacked, the other 3 attacked at the same time. Chu Yang let out a long laugh. His fingers suddenly moved, and a pair of fleshy palms went up to meet the sword and saber that were glittering with cold light. With 3 soft sounds, the most unbelievable thing happened. One of Chu Yang's fingers met with the 3 swords, and a section of the sword that had killed countless enemies was silently broken. When the 2 guards saw that Chu Yang had caught the sword with his bare hands, a trace of cruelty appeared in their eyes. It was as if he had already seen the tragic scene of his finger being separated from his palm, and his flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, he did not expect that when his finger touched the sword, it would be the sword that broke. No one had thought that something like this would happen. They couldn't help but be stunned. Chu Yang's finger had already stopped at the throat of the previous person. She pinched his protruding Adam's apple softly, or even very gently. Then, his figure flashed and reappeared in front of Tai Long Chung. The 4 revered martial artists looked at Chu Yang with shock in their eyes. When a person's hand collided with a sharp sword, the sword was actually cut in half. Was this still a body of flesh and blood? Especially the guard whose Adam's apple was pinched by Chu Yang. He felt a chill all over his body. If Chu Yang had used a little bit of strength, his Adam's apple would have been broken. Tai Long Chung said that Chu Yang was a spy, and Chu Yang could not prove that he was not. Therefore, when encountering such an inexplicable situation, the only way to explain it, the best way to explain it, and also the most effective way to explain it, was strength. There is another reason, and that is that I can easily assassinate you. Is this reason enough? Also, Chu Yang smiled and picked up the broken sword from the ground. Then, he used his own sword to cut the sword into pieces as if he was cutting a carrot. This is the value of a heavenly weapon. Is this value enough? In a split second, everyone looked at Chu Yang with shock in their eyes. Assassinate me? Not necessarily. Easily assassinate me is not something you can do. Although you are confident, there are some things in the world that cannot be done with confidence alone. However, the fact that you don't like Diwu Qingro is enough. Tai Long Cheng's hawk-like eyes looked at Chu Yang. After a while, he suddenly laughed. The other 2 reasons are not important. After a pause, he said again, so small. Although he was surprised by Chu Yang's strange yet powerful strength, he did not lose his composure. Tai Long Chung was even more confident that if Chu Yang attacked him, it would not be so easy. Chu Yang's action this time was due to the power of Calamity Sword. When the sword tip of Calamity Sword was in his hand, it was naturally invincible. Moreover, the moment his finger touched the sword's iron essence was absorbed by Calamity Sword. Chu Yang's finger was like touching a piece of wood, and it was rotten wood. Otherwise, even if Chu Yang's sword was made of iron essence, it would not have been able to cut through iron as if it was mud. After all, the swords of the 4 bodyguards were not ordinary. Although they were not at the level of heavenly weapons, their degree of toughness was far beyond that of ordinary swords. However, this gave Tai Long Chung and the others an extraordinary shock. Then, I want to know your true purpose. Tai Long Chung laughed for a while and said in a deep voice, true purpose. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, I have no enmity with Diwu Qingro, but I do not want him to win. I do not want him to unify the world. Because of Tai Long Cheng's blockade, Chu Yang did not have the opportunity to directly contact Tai Bu Tian. However, Tai Long Chung personally came here. Although he personally sealed Chu Yang's shop, he also gave Chu Yang an opportunity. Because he personally came, Chu Yang had already shown his strength and capital. The next moment, he showed his wisdom. Even if he directly met Tai Bu Tian, Tai Long Cheng's attitude was crucial. I believe that no one here is willing to let that schemer Diwu Qingro succeed. Tai Long Chung smiled gently. Chu Yang's display of strength this time, at least on the surface, seemed to have made Tai Long Chung somewhat relieved. Chu Yang smiled and said, but now, if Iron Cloud wants to defeat Diwu Qingro, it is basically a delusion. It is absolutely impossible to succeed. Why do you say that? This time, the girl pondered and asked. Tai Long Chung smiled indifferently and did not speak. He only listened quietly. His fierce aura from a moment ago had been completely restrained. First, Diwu Qingro's army is powerful. Great Zhao's armored soldiers are close to 1 million. The continent's top 10 generals, from 2nd to 7th, are all in Great Zhao. Each one of them is a hero of the world. Ironclad only has 2, 1st and 10th. We should all know that this kind of ranking of generals is not something to be said casually. It is something that is achieved through countless battles of life and death. Everyone's path to becoming a famous general involves hundreds of thousands of lives. Chu Yang quickly recalled the information from his previous life. Second, although Great Zhao is nominally ruled by a monarch, the actual power is in the hands of Diwu Qingro alone. Moreover, Diwu Qingrou's intelligence network far surpasses that of Ironclad and Wuji combined. Diwu Qingrou's Golden Horse Riders Department has never appeared in front of people, but Golden Horse Riders Department is full of talented people. Moreover, their fighting strength has reached an unimaginable level. There are more than 8,000 elite soldiers in there. This news was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the hearts of Tai Longcheng and the girl. Golden Horse Riders Department? You also know about Golden Horse Riders Department? Tai Longcheng frowned and waved his hand. His expression became serious for the first time. Immediately, the soldiers outside retreated a few dozen feet. The entire street was silent. Except for a few personal bodyguards, there was not a single person within a few dozen feet of the area. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless experts rushed up and sealed off the entire roof. Heavenly Armament Pavilion's shop immediately became the heart of the entire city. Even birds would not be able to enter. It was clear that Tai Longcheng attached great importance to this news. However, the strange thing was that the girl, who obviously had nothing to do with these national affairs, was not driven out by Tai Longcheng. Instead, he acquiesced to her existence. Chapter 76. The young girl suddenly turned her head and looked at Tai Longcheng. Her eyes were as sharp as a sword and as cold as ice. However, as he pondered, the sharpness in his eyes gradually disappeared. 8 years ago, His Majesty was hit by a poison arrow and his life was at stake. He was too young. He was only 10 years old at that time. Although he was intelligent, he could not convince the public. The entire Iron Cloud nation was on the verge of collapse. All the ministers had their own thoughts. The situation was very dangerous. Tai Longcheng slowly said. Moreover, Chu Yang had a feeling that he seemed to be explaining. Chu Yang thought that since it was the first time they met, he did not have the qualifications to explain. Even if he did, there was no need for him to explain. He could not help but feel suspicious. Tai Longcheng continued. Then, on the battlefield, Diwu Qingro suddenly made a few unnecessary and incomprehensible mistakes. He buried a few experienced generals of Great Zhao on the battlefield. Those few battles were unnecessary losses for the Great Zhao Empire, and they were also losses that were impossible to occur. Because at that time, as long as they attacked with all their forces, Iron Cloud would have been destroyed within half a year. Iron Cloud would have been powerless to reverse the situation. But at that critical moment, a few generals suddenly rushed into a death trap because of the wrong information, allowing us to easily destroy them. Those 3 decisive battles gave Iron Cloud a chance to take a breather. After that, when we gathered together and looked back at those 3 battles, we found that we did not make any effort to make them fall into a trap. In other words, they were seeking their own deaths. Such a fact has left us inexplicably astonished. After that, Great Zhao reorganized their army for a month. And during that 1 month, there was no need to rest and reorganize. It was as if they were intentionally giving us time to breathe and think. Tai Longcheng took a deep breath and said, until we analyzed the intelligence of Great Zhao several times, we discovered that this was Diwu Qingrou's plot. But this scheme forced us to cooperate. We could not help but be led by the nose. Diwu Qingrou needs a long and drawn-out war. He needs to continuously accumulate military exploits, eliminate dissidents, promote his confidence, and control the entire military and government in his own hands. At that time, our Iron Cloud needed more time than Diwu Qingrou. We needed more time to consolidate our domestic military and government into a fist, because at that time, It was already a crisis, and life and death were on the line. If we do not cooperate, Iron Cloud Nation will be destroyed within a few months. But even if we do not cooperate, Diwu Qingro still has other opportunities. For example, the Limitless Nation. Therefore, we have no choice. Even if this is a disgrace, I can only pinch my nose and swallow it. Tai Longcheng let out a long sigh. Although he didn't continue to speak, Chu Yang and the others already understood. At that time, the commanders of the two countries, under this tacit understanding, jointly carried out their own methods of eliminating dissidents and unifying the country. You fight for your military exploits, I fight for my territory. You eliminate your dissidents, I kill my enemies. In short, the goal of the two was the same: to consolidate the power of the entire country into a fist that they could use all of their strength. If Diwu Qingro fought a decisive battle at that time, he would naturally win. This was a matter of certainty. But after the victory, he would have to face the fear of the emperor and the suspicion of the ministers. At that time, his foundation was not stable. The worst result would be dying without a burial place. Even if he could save his life and maintain a certain status, he would forever lose the opportunity to reach the peak of power. With Diwu Qingro's wild ambition, how could he give up under such a favorable situation? Therefore, he could not. At that time, the entire Iron Cloud Nation was in the hands of Tai Longcheng. In a precarious situation, he did not even need the enemy to attack him to collapse. Tai Longcheng naturally did not want to fight a decisive battle. The commanders of the two countries did not even meet each other. But from thousands of miles away, they carried out a cooperation that reached a terrifying level of tacit understanding. The two restricted each other and weighed each other. Today, you win one battle and kill my enemy. Tomorrow, I win one battle and remove your obstacles. During that time, the millions of soldiers fighting between the two countries became a game controlled by two people behind the scenes. On one side, millions of dead souls created Diwu Qingro's unparalleled reputation. On the other side, millions of dead souls condensed into Iron Cloud. However, this game was to buy time and fight for qualifications. But for the two sides, the starting point was completely different. Diwu Qingro was doing this for Great Zhao and for himself. However, Tai Longcheng had managed to break Iron Cloud apart in this humiliating and continuous campaign. Then, he had reformed Iron Cloud from a pile of loose sand. Now, he had become a mighty city that had the strength to fight a war. If it were not for Tai Longcheng and Diwu Qingro's precise cooperation, Iron Cloud Nation would not have lasted until now. Not to mention waiting for Butian Tai to regain power and compete with Diwu Qingro. All these changes were really unimaginable. Moreover, at every step, the commanders of the two sides must give each other a hint that only the other side could understand. Then, each side could take what they wanted. But such hints could not be seen by others. In this situation, the amount of brain power needed was simply unimaginable. Chu Yang could not figure out how Tai Longcheng was able to do this. Under Diwu Qingro's leadership, he cooperated but did not allow the other side to achieve their goal. Moreover, under the other side's inescapable net, he gradually built up Iron Cloud's resistance. Until now, the border had become an impenetrable wall. This person's calculation ability, leadership ability, control ability, military ability, and even political ability were not as good as Diwu Qingro's. But the difference was very small. The two were mortal enemies, but in the midst of fighting each other, each managed their own rear, and it was flawless. These two people were really terrifying. However, there was one thing that made Chu Yang's heart turn cold. Tai Longcheng and Diwu Qingro's military expedition is tantamount to throwing away millions of soldiers on both sides as if they are lifeless chess pieces. However, those are millions of lives. There was never a moment like this where Chu Yang understood the meaning of the phrase, "A general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. Do you regret it? The one who said this was Gu Duxing. His two cold eyes looked at Tai Longcheng. Millions of soldiers were buried on the battlefield under the cooperation of the two commanders. Not even their bones were left. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.